Section 20 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 6, Beginnings of Alexander VI, 1492 to 1494, Part 2. Ludovico il Moro, on his side, was alarmed at the alliance between Florence and Naples, and sought to meet it by a league between the Pope, Milan, and Venice. Ferrante of Naples saw, with the wisdom of long experience, the dangers which would follow a breach of the peace of Italy. He was willing to gather together a party which might make him formidable to the Pope, but he hastened to adopt the position of mediator and do away all causes of dispute. He sent envoys to Alexander urging the cause of peace. He sent envoys to Florence, even to Milan, to plead for pacific counsels and to make proposals for a peaceful settlement of the question of Anguillara. Alexander so far listened to Ferrante as to propose a marriage of his young son, Geoffrey, with Donna Lucrezia, a granddaughter of Ferrante. But either Alexander did not trust Ferrante, or he wished to terrify him further, or the influence of Milan was still too strong in Rome. He gathered troops and prepared for war. He fortified the walls between the Vatican and the castle of St. Angelo. Ludovico Sforza pursued his negotiations for a league, and Venice was won over by the dread of a predominance of the power of Naples in North Italy, if Ferrante succeeded in ousting Ludovico in favour of Gian Galeazzo, who would be entirely dependent on Naples. On April 25, 1493, Alexander, accompanied by an armed escort, celebrated Mass in the church of San Marco, and after Mass published his league with Venice, the Duke of Milan, Siena, Mantua, and Ferrara. The bells of the Roman churches were rung in sign of joy, and Rome wore a military aspect. When the news reached Naples, the king's eldest son, Alfonso, wished to unite at once with Piero de' Medici, arouse the Orsini and Colonna, and attack Rome. The more cautious Ferrante checked a plan which would have plunged Italy into confusion. Yet he saw only too clearly the dangers of an alliance between Ludovico Sforza and France, and in his alarm he turned for help to the Spanish king. He wrote a long invective against the Pope, who so terrorized his cardinals that they dared not speak the truth, and dreaded lest they should be driven away from Rome like Cardinal Rovere. Alexander had found Italy in profound peace, and had already created discord. Ferrante gave his own account of the Pope's policy, and then proceeded. He leads a life that is abhorred by all, without respect to the seat which he holds. He cares for nothing else save to aggrandize his children by fair means or foul. From the beginning of his pontificate, he has done nothing else than plunge us into disquietude. Ferrante showed his foresight. He had penetrated the Pope's policy of regaining the possessions of the Holy See and of promoting the interests of his children. He saw that Alexander was resolute and unscrupulous, and he found out the weak point in his position when he urged against him the disorders of his private life. Spain was at this time connected with the Pope about a most momentous matter. The Genoese Cristoforo Colombo arrived at the Spanish court in March 1493 with the astounding news of the discovery of a new continent. The medieval love of adventure, which found its expression in the crusading spirit, had taken a new shape under the inspiration of the awakening curiosity of the Renaissance, and Colombo had gone forth in quest of new regions which might be added to Christendom. The ardour of the explorer, strengthened by the fervour of religious zeal, had led to a great discovery. The idea of the New World filled men's minds with strange excitement, and Colombo set out again to extend the field of knowledge. Meanwhile, Ferdinand and Isabella thought it wise to secure a title to all that might ensue from their new discovery. The Pope, as Vicar of Christ, was held to have authority to dispose of lands inhabited by the heathen, and by papal bulls the discoveries of Portugal along the African coast had been secured. The Portuguese showed signs of urging claims to the New World as being already conveyed to them by the papal grants previously issued in their favour. To remove all cause of dispute, the Spanish monarchs at once had recourse to Alexander, who issued 2 bulls on May 4th and 5th to determine the respective rights of Spain and Portugal. In the first, the Pope granted to the Spanish monarchs and their heirs all lands discovered or hereafter to be discovered in the Western Ocean. In the second, he defined his grant to mean all lands that might be discovered west and south of an imaginary line drawn from the North to the South Pole at the distance of 100 leagues westward of the Azores and Cape de Verde Islands. In the light of our present knowledge, we are amazed at this simple means of disposing of a vast extent of the earth's surface. We have to remind ourselves that no one grasped the importance of the new impulse which Europe had received, and the Pope's solution of the difficulties likely to arise between Spain and Portugal was sufficiently accurate for the knowledge of his age. A Pope who had shown himself so ready to reward the Christian zeal of Spain had no cause to dread any untoward results to himself from Spanish intervention, though the Spanish rulers looked on him with no good will. They fear, writes Peter Martyr, lest his cupidity, his ambition, or what is more serious, his tenderness towards his children, should expose the Christian religion to peril. Their fears were not without good grounds. Alexander was occupied in using the position which he held in Italian politics as a means of furthering the interests of his children. He had already striven to provide for his daughter Lucrezia by betrothing her in 1491, at the age of 13, to a Spaniard, Don Cherubin de Centelles. Scarcely was the betrothal accomplished before Cardinal Borgia found a better husband in another Spaniard, Don Gasparo da Procida, to whom she was contracted in the same year. But his elevation to the papal dignity enabled Alexander to look still higher for a son-in-law. The contract with Don Gasparo was dissolved, and Alexander used his alliance with the Sforza to wed his daughter to Giovanni Sforza, Lord of Pesaro. The marriage was celebrated in the Vatican on June 12th, in the presence of the Pope, 10 cardinals, and the chief nobles of Rome, whose wives, to the number of 150, were also invited. The marriage feast was magnificent. The Roman ladies were presented by the Pope with silver cups full of sweetmeats, which were in many cases thrown into their bosoms. Magnificent gifts were offered to the bridal pair. After the banquet there was a ball, and the Pope and his companions spent the whole night in this splendid entertainment, which was varied by comedies of a questionable character. The Pope married his daughter with a splendour becoming his secular greatness, but he gave at the same time an open manifestation of disregard for ecclesiastical discipline, and certainly set the tongues of men wagging with hints of graver irregularities. 3 days after this festivity, the Spanish envoy, Don Diego Lopez de Haro, arrived in Rome to offer the obedience of the Spanish monarchs. He had many questions to discuss with the Pope. There were points to be settled about the discovery of the New World and the steps to be taken for its evangelization. And Ferdinand the Catholic needed grants of church revenues to enable him to carry on his crusading projects, which he hoped to extend as far as the recovery of the Holy Land. Moreover, Spain was aggrieved at the reception into the Papal States of the refugee Jews or Moors who were driven from Spain by the stringency of the Inquisition. The Spaniards, in the assertion of their nationality, were desirous to rid themselves of all foreign elements, and employed the Inquisition for this purpose. The crowds of luckless Marani, as they were called, awakened the compassion of the Italians, who saw them arrive on their coast, and many of them came to Rome, where they were subjected to no persecution. A crowd encamped outside the Appian Gate, and were the means of bringing an outbreak of plague into the city. The papal tolerance was displeasing to the Spanish rulers, and the ambassador expressed his wonder that the Pope, who was the head of the Christian faith, should receive into his city those who had been driven from Spain as enemies to the Christian faith. We do not find that Alexander paid much heed to these remonstrances. The papacy, in its spirit of toleration, was far in advance of public opinion. The most important object, however, of the Spanish ambassador was to urge on Alexander the maintenance of the peace of Italy as the means of preventing French interference. To make his intervention more powerful, the envoy set forth ecclesiastical grievances which needed remedy at the hands of the Pope. He pointed out the extortions of the Curia, the abuse of dispensations for pluralities, the heedlessness shown in ecclesiastical appointments and such like matters, which, since the days of the Council of Constance, had been standing complaints against the papacy, to be urged in all negotiations for other purposes. The real point which Spain wished to press on the Pope was peace with Naples. Ludovico il Moro, though strong in his league with the Pope and Venice, did not trust much to the sincerity of the allies. He carried on a double policy, and negotiated with Charles VIII, whose fancy was so fired by the Milanese ambassador Belgioso that he entered into a secret agreement with Ludovico, who, though warned of the dangers of his course, trusted that a disturbance in Italian affairs would turn out to his own profit. He wished to be prepared against all risks. The pleadings of the Spanish ambassador were enforced by a hostile demonstration on the part of Naples. Don Federigo of Altamura came to Ostia with 11 galleys, and was welcomed by Cardinal Rovere, Virginio Orsini, and the Colonna. Alexander VI agreed to negotiate, and a truce was made. Don Federigo came to Rome, and was followed on July 24th by Cardinal Rovere and Virginio Orsini. Rome rejoiced at the expectations of peace which the representations of the Spanish envoy at length succeeded in making. Virginio Orsini was allowed to keep the castles which he had bought from Franceschetto Cibo, on condition that he again paid the purchase money, 40,000 ducats, to the Pope, and peace with Naples was cemented by a marriage between the Pope's son Geoffrey and Sancha, a daughter of Alfonso. As Geoffrey was only 13 years old, the marriage could not take place immediately, but it was agreed that he should go to Naples and receive his wife's dowry, the Principality of Squillace. This agreement with Naples was only concluded when the ambassador of Charles VIII, Peron de Baschi, who had been sent to try the dispositions of the Italian powers toward the French invasion of Naples, arrived in Rome. He came too late to win over Alexander, and was dismissed with vague admonitions. Ferrante of Naples rejoiced that by his alliance with the Pope all difficulties were now at an end, and the schemes of France were baffled. But he wished to be sure of the Pope's good intentions, and urged the withdrawal of papal favour from Cardinal Ascanio Sforza. In this he was seconded by Cardinal Rovere, who showed all his uncle's resoluteness in prosecuting his animosities. Alexander adopted a policy of conciliation. He did not dismiss Ascanio, but he showed signs of favour to Rovere. He wished to unite the cardinal college that he might decorously accomplish a creation of new cardinals. Accordingly, he used his opportunity when both parties had much to hope from his favour in the future, and on September 20th created 12 new cardinals without encountering any decided opposition to his choice, though it is said that only 7 of the old cardinals gave their assent. The new cardinals were fairly chosen from various parts of Christendom. Among them was an Englishman, John Morton, Archbishop of Canterbury, a Frenchman, a Spaniard, Raymond Perrault, Bishop of Gurk, a favourite of Maximilian, Ippolito d'Este, son of Duke Ercole of Ferrara, and of Leonora, daughter of Ferrante of Naples, and the rest represented various Italian powers. But two of the new cardinals owed their position to the personal favour of the Pope. One was the Pope's son, Cesare Borgia, a youth of 18, who had been carefully educated at Rome, and afterwards had studied at the universities of Perugia and Pisa. Innocent VIII conferred upon him the bishopric of Pamplona, and Alexander VI that of Valencia, which he had held himself before his pontificate. Cesare was regarded as a young man of great promise, the rising hope of the Borgia family. Another creation which gave rise to greater scandal was that of Alessandro Farnese, who afterwards became Pope Paul III. The Farnese family had not hitherto been of much importance in Rome. They took their name from the Isola Farnese, a castle built on the ruins of the ancient Veii, but had not made themselves important amongst the dynasties of small barons who held the Tuscan Campagna. Alessandro Farnese was, however, a man of some capacity, and was protonotary of the Church. He owed his good fortune under Alexander VI to his sister Julia, who in 1489 married Orsino Orsini, whose mother Adriana was a relative of Alexander, and brought up his daughter Lucrezia. Julia was a great favourite with the Pope, and her influence founded the fortunes of the Farnese family in Rome, so that Alessandro was mockingly called Il Cardinale della Gonella, the petticoat cardinal. The relations of Alexander to Julia were a matter of common rumour, and men openly spoke of her as the Pope's mistress. Footnote. The cause of the creation of Alessandro Farnese was so currently believed in later times that it was quoted as a reason for his policy when he succeeded to the papacy as Paul III. Thus the Venetian envoy Soriano in 1535 gives it as a reason why Paul III was averse to summoning a council. Neanco sua santità manca di opposizione, che la sua promozione al cardinalato non fu molto onesta, essendo proceduta per causa oscena, cioè dall'amore e dalla familiarità che aveva Papa Alessandro VI con la signora Giulia, sua sorella. Back to main text. We might hesitate to believe the voice of rumour on such a matter, in an age when men's tongues were unrestrained by any thoughts of decency. But a letter written by the Pope's own hand to his daughter Lucrezia in July 1494 expresses the greatest concern at Julia's departure from Rome without his express permission, and rebukes Lucrezia for her want of consideration to himself in having allowed this departure to take place during his absence. Moreover, the new Cardinal Alessandro and the Florentine Lorenzo Pucci, his brother-in-law, who also became a cardinal later, certainly believed in the connection between Julia and the Pope. They recognized the daughter of Julia, born in 1492, as the Pope's child, and speculated as early as 1493 on matrimonial projects for this infant. Pucci paid Julia a visit, and was struck by the resemblance which her daughter bore to the strongly marked features of the Pope. Julia's husband was, in his opinion, amply compensated for his equivocal position by a few castles near Basanello. It is difficult to doubt this evidence. Alexander, though now of the age of 62, still possessed the power of drawing women to him as a magnet draws iron. Julia Farnese lived under his protection and used her influence to promote the interests of her family. It was regarded as natural by the cardinals that such should be the case, and no one in Italy was particularly scandalized at this state of things. It was universally recognized that the Pope was an Italian prince, and that his policy largely depended on arrangements for his domestic comfort. The political condition of Italy received a further shock by the death of Ferrante of Naples on January 25th, 1494. He was 70 years old and had reigned for 35 years. Cruel and treacherous as Ferrante had shown himself, he was not a harsh ruler to the people, though he ruthlessly crushed the barons. He had great political experience and had learned caution in his long and tortuous career. He was profoundly impressed with the evils likely to follow on French intervention in Italy, and his last efforts had been directed to prevent it. Since the death of Lorenzo de' Medici, he was the only Italian who deserved the name of statesman. He died regretted not so much for any merits of his own, as from dread of his successor, Alfonso II, whose violent and brutal character had created universal terror. The death of Ferrante gave Charles VIII an opportunity to advance formally his claims on the Neapolitan kingdom, and Alexander at first made a show of drawing to the French side. On February 1st, he issued a brief taking Charles VIII under his protection, and authorizing him to come with an army to Rome on his way to a crusade against the Turks. No mention was made of Naples, but Charles VIII's claims were notorious. The French ambassadors, supported by a strong party among the cardinals, protested against Alfonso II's investiture with the Neapolitan kingdom. But Alexander had much to gain from Alfonso's gratitude, and perhaps saw the dangers of a French invasion, though he was willing to use it as a threat when his own purposes required. He agreed to recognize Alfonso II and appointed a legate to confer on him the Neapolitan crown, whereon the French ambassador appealed to a future council. Cardinal Rovere now abandoned the cause of Naples, when Naples was allied with the Pope. Filled with distrust and hatred of Alexander, he again retired to Ostia. In April, he took ship to Genoa, and thence made his way to the French king, who received him with respect. He bitterly complained of Alexander, and his personal animosity led him to aid the foreigners to enter Italy, a step the evil effects of which he afterwards vainly strove to counteract. Alfonso II was crowned in Naples on May 7th, and his daughter's marriage with Geoffrey Borgia was celebrated with pomp and rejoicings. Geoffrey was made Prince of Squillace, with a revenue of 40,000 ducats. His eldest brother, the Duke of Gandia, was made Prince of Tricarico, and Cardinal Cesare was enriched by Neapolitan benefices. Ostia, the stronghold of the rebellious Cardinal Rovere, was captured by the papal forces. Thus Alexander had reduced his enemies and enriched his family. But his arrangements had no permanent foundation. While he developed his plans, Charles VIII was gathering his army. Alexander and Ludovico Sforza had been willing to use the French invasion as a threat. It was rapidly becoming a reality. Yet Alexander cannot fairly be accused of having caused this beginning of the ruin of Italy, and when it actually came to pass, he did his best to stay it. But he was no wiser and no more disinterested than the other Italian princes of the time. He alternately invoked and dissuaded to suit his own purposes. A resolute attitude, a moderating spirit at the beginning of his pontificate might have averted the impending disaster. Italy had been only too successful in enchaining the papacy and bringing it entirely within the sphere of its moral and political ideas. The secularization of the papacy had become so complete that at a crisis in the fate of Italy, the Pope had no higher ideas than the aggrandizement of his own family, and no greater political influence than a secondary Italian power. End of section 20. Section 21 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 7, Charles VIII in Italy, 1494 to 1495, Part 1. The Italian expedition of Charles VIII marks a new epoch in the politics of Europe. While Italy was busied with the emancipation of men's minds and the organization of intellectual life, a great political change was passing over Europe. France and England, after a long period of destructive warfare and internal troubles, had attained a national unity which they had never known before. Spain, by united action against the infidels, had gained the elements of a strong national life. Even in distracted Germany, the long reign of Frederick III had made the Austrian house the centre of German affairs, and Frederick's son, Maximilian, was spreading into outlying regions the claims and influence of the House of Austria. Everywhere there were signs of new and powerful political organizations centering round a monarchy. As Italy found that the intellectual forms of the Middle Ages were no longer fit to contain the new wine of men's spirit, so other lands drifted away from the medieval conception of politics. Feudalism was crumbling, and the different classes in the state were being brought into more direct connection with the crown. There was a growing consciousness of national unity, which was the sure forerunner of a wish for national aggrandizement. France was the first nation which realized her new strength. Charles VII reconquered France from the English, but he owed his conquest greatly to the help of the Dukes of Brittany and Burgundy. Louis XI was aided by fortune as much as by his own cleverness in his endeavours to make himself really King of France. The Dukes of Berry, Burgundy, Anjou, and Brittany died without male heirs. Louis XI inherited Berry from his brother, and managed to gain from the Burgundian heritage the towns on the Somme and the Duchy of Burgundy. René of Anjou died in 1480, and left Anjou to the French crown. His other possessions, Provence and the Angevin claim to Naples, he bequeathed to his nephew Charles of Maine, who died next year, after having instituted Louis XI his universal legatee. At the accession of Charles VIII, Brittany only remained as a bulwark of feudalism against the might of the crown. The young king's nearest relative, the Duke of Orleans, made common cause with the Duke of Brittany, but the royal army was successful. The Duke of Orleans was imprisoned, and the Duke of Brittany died of chagrin. There were still elements of discord as England threatened to interfere in Brittany, and Maximilian was betrothed to its heiress. But the young King Charles VIII in 1491 assured the internal peace and accomplished the unity of France by freeing Louis of Orleans from his prison and treating him as a friend, while by marriage with Anne of Brittany he united the last great fief to the French crown. France entered upon a period of prosperity unknown before, and its king was eager to find a field for his energies. The assertion of the old claims of the House of Anjou on Naples opened up a prospect which might well have turned a wiser head than that of Charles VIII. With them was united the title to the kingdom of Jerusalem. Naples was the stepping stone to a great crusading expedition, in which the French king, strong in his national forces, might stand at the head of Europe and strike a deadly blow at the common enemy of Christendom. The old spirit of adventure joined with the new desire for national aggrandizement, and still strove to accommodate itself to the religious idea of the past. The policy of France rested on a visionary basis. Charles VIII, however, would never have been able to realize his dream if Italy had not invited him. The views of Italian statesmen were bound by the artificial equilibrium of Italian politics. They were accustomed to a system of constantly changing combinations, depending on the interests of the moment. They played a game of ceaseless check and countercheck till they lost all sense of the reality of political forces. They had used the threat of French invasion as a weapon in extremities till they had forgotten its actual meaning. Ludovico Sforza regarded it as a means of producing new combinations of political forces in Italy, and did not scruple to use it for his own purposes. But none of the other powers offered any decided resistance when the project began to take definite form. Venice was coldly cautious. Alexander VI dallied with the idea as a means of driving Naples into close alliance. Cardinal Rovere, in his hatred of the Pope, fled to France and added his entreaties to those of Ludovico Sforza. Italy was devoid of national feeling, and its statesmen, in spite of their boasted astuteness, knew nothing of the real forces which lay beyond the borders of Italy. The substitution of cleverness for principle was Italy's ruin. Before undertaking his expedition to Italy, Charles VIII was careful to protect himself against a coalition of his enemies. In 1492 he made peace with Henry VII of England, and undertook to pay him for all his claims. In 1493 he made peace with Spain, and ceded the frontier provinces of Roussillon and Cerdagne, which were matters of dispute. He even mollified Maximilian, whom he had robbed of his bride, by giving up the claims of France to parts of the Burgundian heritage. He made large sacrifices of the interests of France, that he might feel himself free to prosecute the splendid enterprise on which his heart was set. In March 1494, Charles went to Lyons, where he spent his money in festivities, and lived a life of pleasure that seemed a strange prelude to a warlike expedition. His counsellors strove to dissuade him from his purpose, and his envoys in Italy reported that the alliance between the Pope, Naples, and Piero de' Medici was firm. Venice remained neutral. Only the Duke of Savoy, the Marquis of Montserrat, the Marquis of Saluzzo, and Duke Ercole of Ferrara declared themselves friendly to France. The rest of Italy was cautiously waiting to join the winning side. Even Ludovico Sforza hesitated, till the military preparations of Alfonso II showed him that his ruin was at hand unless he gained the help of France. When the danger from France was imminent, Alexander VI and Alfonso II cemented their alliance by an interview on July 14, 1494, at Vicovaro, where they resolved on the measures to be taken for their common protection. Alexander was anxious for the safety of his own dominions, and it was agreed that Alfonso II should wait with his troops on the border of the Abruzzi, while Virginio Orsini should defend the Papal States. Alfonso's son, Ferrantino, was to advance through the Romagna towards Milan, drive out Ludovico, and occupy the French in Lombardy. Meanwhile, the Neapolitan fleet was to surprise Genoa and command the northern coast. The plan was good enough in itself, but it ought to have been devised sooner and carried out with promptitude. As it was, the French fleet assembled to defend Genoa, and the French army crossed the Alps to succour Milan before Naples had struck a blow. Don Federigo, Alfonso's brother, finding Genoa too strong to be surprised, began an onslaught on the towns along the Riviera. His first attempt on Porto Venere, which commands the promontory of the Gulf of Spezia, was an entire failure. The inhabitants made a resolute resistance, hurled down stones on their assailants, and repulsed them with great loss, so that Federico was driven to retire to Livorno to repair his fleet. Charles VIII. Sent Louis, Duke of Orleans, with some Swiss troops to Genoa, where a French fleet was assembling. Not till September 8th did Federico again advance. He took Rapallo, a little town about 20 miles from Genoa, where a body of Genoese exiles landed and took up a strong position. The Duke of Orleans attacked them by land and sea and completely routed them, while Federico's fleet lay idle at Sestri de Levante. 100 of the vanquished were left dead on the field, and Rapallo was sacked and pillaged by the Swiss. Italy was amazed at warfare conducted on these bloodthirsty principles. The battles of Condottieri had been exercises of strategy, in which prisoners were taken for ransom, and no one was slain unless he had the misfortune to be trampled to death as he lay on the ground. The sack of Rapallo convinced Italy that it had to do with assailants who meant to carry on war in earnest. The immediate result of this engagement was that Federico returned with his fleet to Naples, leaving the sea open to the French. On September 8th, Charles crossed the Alps, and next day arrived at Asti, where he was welcomed by Ludovico Sforza, and received the news of the victory at Rapallo. Charles was young, inexperienced, badly educated, and destitute of military talents. He scarcely knew what were his plans, and he had no money to pay his troops. Ludovico Sforza advised a rapid advance southwards as a means of withdrawing the Neapolitan forces from the Romagna, and furnished money to the king for this purpose. An attack of smallpox rendered Charles unable to move for a while, but early in October he advanced to Pavia and paid a visit to the luckless Duke John Galeazzo. The sight of his helplessness, his bodily weakness, and his entreaties that the king would take care of his infant son moved the compassion of the French, and Ludovico Sforza saw with terror that he was regarded with little favour by the French nobles. He hurried the king from Pavia to Piacenza, whither on October 21st came the news that John Galeazzo was dead. Everyone accused Ludovico of having poisoned his nephew. He hurried to Milan, and by a packed assembly of his own partisans was requested to assume the ducal sceptre. He had now gained all that he had schemed for. He was Duke of Milan, and Naples was occupied with France. So soon as France had terrified Naples sufficiently, Ludovico had no further interest in his ally. The French successes soon found an echo in Rome, and troubled Alexander. The barons of the French party, the Colonna and Savelli, prompted by Ascanio Sforza, gathered their troops and threatened the city. On September 18th, Fabrizio Colonna seized Ostia in the name of Cardinal Rovere and hoisted the French flag, while French galleys from Genoa brought reinforcements and anchored off the mouth of the Tiber. This was a serious menace to Rome, and crippled the Neapolitan forces in the Romagna, as they dared not advance against Milan through fear of leaving Rome unprotected. It was not long before Caterina, the widow of Girolamo Riario, declared for France at Imola, and so made the position of the army in the Romagna doubly insecure. Alexander was seriously alarmed, but tried to put on a bold face, and on October 6th issued a proclamation against those who had seized Ostia, and demanded its restitution under pain of excommunication. However, he showed his terror by removing Gem into the castle of St. Angelo for safe keeping, and sent Cardinal Piccolomini as an envoy to Charles VIII, who refused to receive him, saying that he hoped to meet the Pope himself in Rome. If Alexander VI trembled at the occupation of Ostia, he was still more terrified at the unexpected movements of the French army. The Duke of Calabria had taken up a strong position at Cesena to check the French advance, but Charles, by the advice of Ludovico Sforza, who wished that a blow should be struck against his enemy, Florence, chose the more difficult road over the Apennines in preference to the easier road by Bologna. By this means he kept near his fleet. The state of affairs in Florence was critical, and Piero de' Medici showed none of his father's sagacity. He forgot Lorenzo's advice: "Remember that you are nothing more than a Florentine citizen, as I am." Lorenzo was conscious that he had created a position which was difficult for his successor to fill. He himself had concealed the extent of his power and wore the semblance of an influential citizen, but his marriage with Clarice Orsini, his connection with the Roman nobles, the dignity of the cardinalate which he had won for his son Giovanni, and his own far-reaching influence, combined to create in Piero's mind an undue sense of the greatness of the Medicean house, so that he pursued his own policy without identifying Florence with it. The alliance of Florence with France was of long standing, and could not easily be set aside. When Piero refused to abandon the cause of Naples, Charles banished the Florentine merchants from his kingdom, and thereby struck a blow at the material interests of the city. The old Republican party began to revive. The enemies of the Medici held up their heads. Even Piero's cousins, Giovanni and Lorenzino de' Medici, made their way to Charles at Piacenza, and besought him to free Florence from Piero's yoke. They affirmed that the Florentine people were on the side of France, and that Piero alone was the king's enemy. Perhaps the strongest support of the French cause in Florence was to be found in the preaching of Fra Girolamo Savonarola. After Lorenzo's death, Savonarola became more and more convinced that his mission lay in Florence. As the heart was the centre of the man, so, he said, was Florence the centre of Italy, and in Florence he resolved to stay. The convent of San Marco was subject to the Dominican congregation of Lombardy, and Savonarola, as its prior, was subordinate to the commands of the superiors of the congregation, and so might easily be silenced. Wishing to obtain an independent position, he urged the separation of the Tuscan congregation from that of Lombardy, and in this he was aided by Piero de' Medici. Piero did not foresee any evil results from Savonarola's preaching, and thought that the existence of a separate congregation of Tuscany would add to the dignity of Florence. Perhaps, too, he was willing to further any scheme which might mark his opposition to Ludovico Sforza. The question was referred to Alexander early in 1493, when the Pope was entirely on the side of Milan, and at first the application of Florence, being opposed by Ludovico Sforza, had little success. But it was warmly favoured by Cardinal Caraffa, who prevailed on Alexander to sign, on May 22nd, a bull which accomplished the separation. Savonarola had himself transferred to the Tuscan congregation, was re-elected prior of San Marco, and was afterwards chosen vicar general of the Tuscan congregation. By this means he was subject to no ecclesiastical authority save that of the popes and the general of the Dominican order. This free position Savonarola used to work a reform in the discipline of the convent of San Marco, so as to bring it back to the original rule of St. Dominic. In this reform he carried the brethren with him, and his convent became the centre of a genuine religious life. In the Advent season of 1493, Savonarola resumed his preaching in Florence, with increased reputation amongst the people, and increased confidence in his own mission. In Lent 1494, he continued a series of expository lectures on the book of Genesis, which he had begun in 1492. He reached the history of the building of the ark by Noah, and lingered over it. Each plank and nail had its mystic meaning. But the general purpose of his discourses was to urge all men to enter the ark of the Lord, that they might save themselves from the coming tribulation. Already Florence was disturbed by the expectation of the army of Charles VIII, and Savonarola recognized in the French army the scourge of God, which was to afflict but purify the Church. In September he resumed his preaching. At first he put forth his visions as parables. Then he tried to drop the subject, but he was haunted by sleepless nights of remorse till he felt that he was bound to speak in obedience to God's commands. More and more he spoke like a prophet, and introduced his utterances with the phrase, "Thus saith the Lord." On September 21st, St. Matthew's Day, he preached the text, "Behold, I bring a flood of waters upon the earth." His hearers, excited by the news that the French had entered Italy, recognized a miraculous guidance in the preacher's subject. Amazed, they listened to the preacher's denunciations, and Savonarola himself was overpowered with a sense of his own inspiration. The congregation dispersed, half dead with terror. When it was too late, Piero de' Medici perceived the perilous position in which he stood. He had drawn upon his head the animosity of the French king. He had no forces to oppose him, and the Florentines were not united. Still, there was an opportunity for a vigorous resistance, as the Florentine frontier was guarded by the strong castles of Sarzanella and Pietrasanta, and the road through Lunigiana was difficult, so that a few resolute men could have held the passes and checked the advance of the French. In the uncertain state of feeling that prevailed, a check to the French army would have ruined its prestige, and the elements of a strong opposition would rapidly have gathered. At first Piero thought of resistance, and sent his brother-in-law, Paolo Orsini, to reinforce Sarzana. But he was alarmed at the sullen discontent of the Florentines, and suddenly resolved to make peace with Charles VIII. He bethought himself of the example of his father Lorenzo, who, in the crisis of his life, re-established his position by a bold journey to his chief foe, Ferrante of Naples. Piero determined to imitate his father's courage, without possessing his father's wisdom. He set out from Florence, and at Pietrasanta asked Charles for a safe conduct to his presence. When he arrived in the French camp, his courage entirely deserted him. He fell on his knees before the king and besought his pardon. He professed himself ready to make amends for his errors. He was asked to recall the Florentine troops from the army in Romagna, to give up to the king the fortresses of Sarzana, Sarzanella, Pietrasanta, Pisa, and Livorno, to be returned when the French were masters of Naples, and finally to lend the king 200,000 ducats. To these conditions Piero at once assented, though he saw before his eyes Sarzanella offering a stubborn resistance. The French, in proposing these conditions, never expected that they would be accepted, and were amazed at Piero's ready agreement. Though the treaty was to be signed in Florence, they demanded that the fortresses should be given up at once. Sarzana and Sarzanella were delivered to the French, and the road was now open before them. It is no wonder that the French began to consider their success as miraculous, and looked upon themselves as the instruments of God. In Florence, the news of Piero's proceedings filled the city with dismay. The Signory summoned the chief citizens to a consultation. Piero Capponi, a man whose political experience and sterling worth commanded universal esteem, rose and gave expression to the feeling which was in all men's minds. He was no orator, but went straight to the point, and one sentence in his speech became the motto of Florence. "It is time," he exclaimed, "to have done with the government of children, and to recover our liberty." Footnote: "Essere ormai tempo di uscire di governo di fanciulli e di recuperare la libertà." Back to main text. The Signory, moved by the popular feeling, agreed to send ambassadors to Charles to undo, if possible, the mischievous results of Piero's activity. Amongst the five were Piero Capponi, and Fra Girolamo Savonarola, who was chosen because he had all the love of the people. They set out on November 6th with instructions which left it to their discretion to modify in any way the conditions which Piero had so basely accepted. Next day they found Charles at Lucca, and followed him to Pisa, where with difficulty they obtained admittance to his presence. The king received them coldly, and said that he would arrange the terms of peace in Florence. Savonarola stood forth and spoke words of prophetic warning. "Know that you are an instrument in the hands of the Lord, who has sent you to heal the woes of Italy and to reform the prostrate church. But if you do not show yourself just and pitiful, if you do not respect the city of Florence and its people, if you forget the work for which the Lord has sent you, he will choose another in your place, and will pour upon you his wrath. I speak in the name of the Lord." These warnings harmonized with the prevailing temper of the French, who regarded their success as miraculous, and Charles was impressed by Savonarola's words, though impressions did not produce any enduring results on his feeble mind. End of section 21. Section 22 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 7, Charles VIII in Italy, 1494 to 1495, Part 2. When Piero de' Medici heard of the dispatch of this embassy, he thought that it was time for him to return and watch over affairs at Florence. He returned to the city on November 8th, 1494, and men believed that he meant to summon the people and compel them by his armed forces to declare him absolute lord of Florence. It was known that Paolo Orsini had advanced with his troops and was close by the Porta di San Gallo. So Florence was full of suspicion, and when Piero next morning proceeded with a large company of attendants to the Palazzo of the Signori, he found the door shut, and was told that he alone would be admitted by the postern gate. Piero replied by a gesture of contempt and turned away. One of his partisans among the Signori sent a messenger to recall him. Again Piero stood at the gate, but some of the Signori descended in anger, and after a scuffle took possession of the entrance. After a wordy altercation between the Signori and Piero, the door was shut in his face. These unwonted proceedings caused a crowd to gather rapidly. There were cries to Piero, "Go away and do not disturb the Signori." Hisses were heard, and stones began to fly. Piero stood irresolute with his drawn sword in his hand, till his attendants hurried him away. He withdrew to his palace and armed himself. Meanwhile his brother Cardinal Giovanni tried to raise the people with the Medicean cry of "Palle, Palle." No one answered, and Giovanni was obliged to return home. Piero and his brother Giuliano meanwhile made their way to the Porta di San Gallo, and tried to rally the people of that suburb, who had always been partisans of the Medici. Here also he was unsuccessful and lost all courage. His terror infected the troops of Paolo Orsini, and they began a rapid flight towards Bologna. Cardinal Giovanni, disguised as a Franciscan friar, managed to make his escape from Florence. The three Medici brothers were coldly received at Bologna, and passed on to Venice, the home of Italian exiles. In Florence, the Medici palace was sacked by the mob. The Signori set a price on Piero and Giovanni, alive or dead. Every trace of the Medicean rule was rapidly abolished, and Florence exulted in the recovery of its liberty. The overthrow of the Medicean rule in Florence was an event of momentous importance to Italy. Yet in the prevailing excitement it attracted little notice. For 60 years Florence had been identified with the Medici house, and they had been years of great prosperity and glory. Cosimo and Lorenzo had made Florence the centre of all that was most eminently Italian, and from Florence had radiated the artistic and literary energy of Italy. Moreover, Lorenzo had established Florence as the mediating power in Italian politics, and had spread her influence in every Italian state. The overthrow of the Medicean house was a dislocation of the state system of Italy, and the influences which produced it aimed at remodelling the Italian conceptions of life and action. The blundering of Piero was the occasion of the Florentine Revolution, but the sentiment which caused it was the expression of the popular desire for a sounder and nobler life. The general uneasiness created a revival of the old republican feeling, and the preaching of Savonarola awakened moral aspirations which the rule of the Medici had lulled to sleep. The new Republic of Florence had soon to face the fact that revolutions do not come singly. The news was brought that on the same day on which Florence expelled the Medici, Pisa had revolted from the Florentine yoke. The luckless city of Pisa, since its conquest by Florence, had seen its commerce decay and its glory disappear. With sullen resignation the Pisans submitted to the rule of Florence, but they regarded themselves as slaves rather than subjects. The Florentines, says Machiavelli, were not wise enough to follow the example of the ancient Romans. They forgot that if they wished to hold Pisa, they must either associate her with themselves or destroy her. Pisa, plundered and humiliated, but neither reconciled nor destroyed, only longed for an opportunity to rise against her masters. On the evening of November 9th, a deputation of Pisan citizens approached the French king. Their spokesman, who spoke in French, set forth with passionate energy the wrongs of Pisa. He flung himself before Charles and adjured him to remember his lofty calling of liberator of Italy. A sympathetic murmur arose from the French nobles who were present. Charles was moved and answered that he was content. He spoke without much reflection, understanding little what the word liberty signifies, says Comines. But the Pisans knew what they meant by liberty. Raising the cry "Viva Francia!" they rushed through the city, cast into the Arno the Florentine emblem of the Marzocco, a lion on a marble column, killed the Florentine merchants who were not lucky enough to escape by flight, and seized the fortresses. The Pisan revolution was rapidly accomplished before Charles had learned what liberty meant. He did not trouble himself about matters further, but left a garrison of 300 Frenchmen, and passed on next day to Empoli. The Florentines were too alarmed for themselves to pay much attention to the revolt of Pisa. They sent ambassadors to Charles to make terms with him, but Charles gave his usual answer, that he would arrange matters in the Gran Villa, as he called Florence, with a mixture of French and Italian. Florence did her best to receive with fitting honour her dangerous visitor. With ill-concealed anxiety, the magistrates went forth to meet a guest whom they feared to be a foe. On the evening of November 17th, the French army entered the city and created mixed feelings of wonder and terror. First came the musicians, then 36 cannon drawn by sturdy horses. Next, the Swiss infantry with short coats of different colours, carrying their halberds of hammered iron. The Gascons followed, small and active, armed with bows and swords, and dressed in white and violet. Then came the archers, followed by 800 men-at-arms, the flower of the French nobles, mounted on powerful horses, attired in rich cloaks of silk, with collars of gold. The light cavalry came next, then the archers of the guard dressed in cloth of gold, and finally 100 bodyguards preceded the king. Charles, mounted on a war horse, the gift of Ludovico Sforza, advanced beneath the rich baldacchino. He was armed, save his helmet, in gilt armour enriched with precious stones. Over this he wore a cloak of cloth of gold, and on a white cap he wore his crown. He bore himself in military fashion, carrying his lance in rest as a token that he came as conqueror. But Charles was not a man to adorn a triumph, or inspire awe by the majesty of his presence. The liberator of Italy made but an insignificant figure. A little man with a very large head, aquiline nose, big protruding eyes, and a huge mouth. He had little slender legs which ended in large and deformed feet. If he disappointed the Florentines when they saw him on horseback, they were still more amazed when they saw his full deformity as he dismounted at the door of the cathedral, where he went to give thanks. Now that Charles had entered the Gran Villa, the Florentine magistrates pressed for a definite understanding. Charles considered that he came as a conqueror, but the Florentines were not so much impressed by the exact position of his lance as to accept that view of the case. They were ready to accept Charles as a friend and ally of the Republic, but not submit to his dictation. It soon became clear that the views of the king and the Florentine magistrates differed. Charles pressed for the restoration of Piero de' Medici, who would thus be rendered absolutely dependent on France. The Signory summoned the chief citizens to deliberate. All answered that they would never consent to the return of the Medici. Anything might be granted rather than that. The city was full of alarm and suspicion. Shops were shut, and a threatening crowd gathered in the piazza. The sight of some Italian prisoners led in chains by their Swiss captors caused a riot which threatened to become serious. Houses were barricaded, stones were flung from windows and housetops, and peace was only restored by the intervention of many French nobles and the magistrates. The French saw that warfare in the streets of Florence would be no easy matter. If the French army in Florence numbered 20,000 men, the Florentines could raise 50,000. Though the French could easily have defeated them in the open field, they might be excused from shrinking from a combat in the labyrinth of narrow lanes. Charles judged it wise to abandon his attitude of treating Florence as a conquered city to which he might dictate terms, and consented to make an alliance. Negotiations proceeded with difficulty. Charles wavered in his demands, and the suspicions of the Florentines increased. The king's request for money seemed to them unreasonable. His proposal to leave a deputy who might be present at all their discussions, and whose assent should be necessary to their proceedings, was an outrage to Florentine independence. The Florentine commissioners remonstrated. Charles insisted, and bade his secretary read the conditions which he would accept. Again the commissioners refused. "Then we will blow our trumpets," said the king in an angry voice. Piero Capponi seized the paper from the secretary's hand and tore it in pieces, saying, "And we will ring our bells." It was a rash act on Capponi's part, and the next moment was decisive for the fate of Florence. But Charles knew and respected Capponi, who had been an ambassador in France. He was a resolute man, whose active mind had driven him to serve Lorenzo de' Medici, but who was now leader of the Republican party in Florence. Charles felt that it was unwise to provoke a breach with Florence. He recalled the departing commissioners. "Ah, Capponi, Capponi," he said, "you are a bad capon." The king smiled at his poor joke, and the conference was renewed. The daring act of Capponi was the only memory of the French invasion on which Italy could look back with pride. It was the sole display of the old Italian spirit, and its rashness was justified by its success. Capponi had beliefs and spoke out manfully. He and Savonarola are the only prominent Italians of the time of which this can be said. The terms of the agreement between Florence and Charles were at length drawn up in 27 articles. Their general purport was that Florence recognized Charles as protector of its liberties, left in his hands till the end of the French expedition against Naples the fortresses already occupied by the French, and undertook to pay him 120,000 ducats. Pisa was to be restored to Florence, which agreed to pardon the Pisans for their revolt. Piero de' Medici and his brothers were to be exiled from Florence, but their goods were to be restored to them. The agreement was substantially the same as had been made by Piero de' Medici. When it had been signed on November 24th, the city rang its bells and lit bonfires in token of rejoicing. But the joy of the citizens was short-lived when they saw that Charles gave no signs of departing. Again they feared that he meditated the sack of the city. Again Florence wore a sombre aspect of suspicion. Savonarola, true to his prophetic mission, approached the king with words of warning. "The people," he said, "are afflicted by your stay in Florence, and you waste your time. God has called you to renew his church. Go forth to your high calling, lest God visit you with his wrath, and choose another instrument in your stead to carry out his designs." Charles received Savonarola with respect and listened to his admonitions. On November 28th, the French army left Florence. Alexander, meanwhile, was in sore perplexity and appealed to Ascanio Sforza to come to his aid. He wrote to him with his own hand, beseeching him by his old friendship and by his oath as a cardinal to come and put his shoulders as a pillar to support the tottering fabric of the papal power. Ascanio did not refuse to do his office as a good cardinal, but demanded that as hostage for his security, Cesare Borgia should go to Marino and be in the custody of the Colonna. When this was done, Ascanio went to Rome with Prospero Colonna on November 2nd, and had a long conference with the Pope, who told his cardinals afterwards that Ascanio had advised him to make terms with the French king. But he went on, "I am assured of the justice of my cause, and would lose my mitre, my lands, and my life, rather than fail Alfonso in his need." Ascanio, after receiving this answer, rode cheerfully away to Ostia, and men conjectured that the Pope, for all his brave words, had sent him to make overtures to Charles. While Charles was in Florence, a discovery was made which threw a still darker light upon the Pope's character, and which was calculated to become a serious weapon against him in the hands of the French king. In his anxiety for his own safety, Alexander determined to leave no stone unturned, and besought even the Sultan to help him against France. The captivity of Gem and the payment of a yearly allowance to his jailer had opened up diplomatic intercourse between Rome and Constantinople. Soon after his accession to the pontificate, Alexander sent one of his secretaries, Giorgio Buzzardo, to demand the customary payment. Buzzardo returned in January 1493 with the report that Bajazet II had refused to pay any more, and had dismissed him with empty hands. The French invasion gave Alexander VI a reason for closer communication with the Sultan. In July 1494 he again sent Buzzardo to inform Bajazet that the French king was marching against Rome with the intention of seizing Gem, and using him as a pretext for making war against Constantinople. If he succeeded, he would be joined by Spain, England, and Maximilian, and would give the Sultan much trouble. The Pope therefore begged Bajazet to pay him the money due, to use his influence to induce Venice to withstand the French, and further to make common cause with himself and Alfonso. Bajazet received Buzzardo graciously, paid him the 40,000 ducats which the Pope demanded, and sent him back accompanied by an envoy of his own, who could confer further with the Pope. Unfortunately for Alexander, Buzzardo fell into the hands of Giovanni della Rovere, brother of the cardinal, at Sinigalia on his homeward journey. The 40,000 ducats was taken from him, and what was still more serious, the Pope's instructions and the Sultan's letters in reply were discovered and were forwarded at once to Cardinal Rovere at Florence. The Pope's instructions to Buzzardo were sufficiently startling, but the Sultan's answer was still more amazing. It was contained in 4 letters written in Turkish characters and 1 written in Latin. The Turkish documents praised Buzzardo and commended to the Pope the Turkish envoy, and strangely enough asked him to confer the cardinalate on Niccolo Cibo, Archbishop of Arles, whom Bajazet II had known in the days of Innocent VIII. The Latin letter suggested to Alexander a short way of dealing with Gem. Let the Pope put him to death, and so defeat the plans of the French king. If the Pope would send his dead body to Constantinople, Bajazet would give in exchange for it 300,000 ducats, wherewith your Highness may buy some dominions for your children. This monstrous proposal was made, the Sultan says, after full deliberation with the Pope's envoy Buzzardo. It cannot therefore be dismissed as the wild dream of an Oriental who did not know the insult which such a proposition contained. It is not surprising the Cardinal Rovere thought the contents of these letters to be a stupendous matter, fraught with danger to Christendom. He had the Turkish documents translated, and put copies of them into the hands of the chief counsellors of the French king. It was but natural that Alexander in later years should deny these dealings with the Sultan, and declare that they were inventions of his enemy, Giovanni della Rovere. He could not avoid the knowledge that his conduct had seriously shocked even the low sentiment of Europe, and he could not defend it. But it was not unnatural for a man like Alexander to seek help where he could find it, and to recognize community of interest as the most binding tie. Venice and Naples had set the example of negotiating with the Turk, and Alexander was rather an Italian prince than the head of Christendom. He was free from prejudice and was not restrained by the traditions of his office. He and his family treated Gem with kindness. The Turkish prince rode out in public with the Pope, going in front of the cross which was carried in the procession. The Duke of Gandia was seen in Turkish attire, riding by the side of Gem. He even took the Turkish prince into the Lateran Church and showed him its curiosities. There was no intolerance about the court of Alexander, and his tolerant spirit easily extended itself into politics. If the emperor was unwilling or unable to come to his aid, it seemed natural to apply to the Sultan. When he disavowed the fact, he probably disavowed the extreme inferences which his enemies drew from it. Alexander was eminently versatile and light-hearted. He probably wondered why people attached so much importance to a trifle, and after a little while Europe took his view of the matter. At the time, however, the possession of these documents enabled the Pope's enemies to produce an impression on the mind of Charles VIII. On November 22nd, 1494, probably the very day on which the news of the capture of the Pope's envoy reached Florence, Charles issued a general statement of his intentions. In high-sounding language he announced his object to be war against the Turk and the restoration of Christendom. To carry out this design more surely, he proposed first to assert his hereditary claim to the kingdom of Naples. He required Alexander to give him safe passage through the lands of the Church. If this were refused, the blame of untoward consequences would rest on those who, through perfidy and iniquity, attempted to hinder this pious plan. He protested beforehand that he would lay all injuries which he might suffer before the universal Church and the princes of Europe, whom he proposed to summon for the accomplishment of his crusading scheme. It was a warning to Alexander that he might be impeached before a general council as a traitor to the interests of Europe if he persisted in his opposition to the French king. End of section 22. Section 23 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 7, Charles VIII in Italy, 1494 to 1495, Part 3. After this declaration, the French army rapidly advanced, and on December 2nd was at Siena. Alexander still hoped to defend the papal frontier, and sent troops to Viterbo, where they were refused admittance. He protested to the German ambassador at Rome, and called the emperor to his aid. He ordered the Romans to defend their city. He provisioned the castle of Sant'Angelo, which shortly before had been connected by a covered corridor with the Vatican. Above all, he revoked his troops to Rome. Now that Florence was lost, the army in the Romagna served no useful purpose. On December 9th, the Duke of Calabria, at the head of 5,000 infantry and 1,500 cavalry, entered Rome. Yet the Pope's position was hopelessly insecure. Ostia was open to the French. There was a strong party in their favor among the cardinals. The Colonna were ready to make common cause with them. Encouraged by the Neapolitan troops, Alexander determined to strike terror into his foes. On the evening of December 9th, he ordered 4 of the cardinals to be arrested as they left a consistory. Ascanio Sforza, who had just returned to Rome, and San Severino were confined in the Vatican. Prospero Colonna and Estutevio were shut up in the castle of Sant'Angelo. This resolute attitude of the Pope did not long continue. Alexander was like a drowning man catching at a straw. He was encouraged for a moment by the Neapolitan forces, though those forces were quite inadequate to offer any real resistance to the French. On December 10th, he told the French envoys that he would not give the king passage through his territories. On the same day, Charles VIII entered Viterbo, and everywhere the towns opened their gates to him. The Pope was sorely perplexed, and on December 14th used the opportunity of Ascanio Sforza's presence at Mass to open up communications with his prisoner. During the whole Mass, says Burckhardt, the Pope talked with him, even after the elevation of the Holy Sacrament. When it was time for standing, he sat, that he might talk more conveniently. The colloquy with Ascanio did not reassure him, but he still hoped to hold out. He sent for some of the chief Germans resident in Rome, and besought them to form a troop of their compatriots for the defence of the city. After some consultation amongst themselves, they answered that they were under the commands of the city magistrates, and could not renounce their proper officers. The Pope's allies saw that resistance was hopeless. On December 15th, Charles was at Nepi, and Virginio Orsini sent to offer him admission to his castles, so that on December 19th, Charles's headquarters were in the Orsini castle of Bracciano. This defection of the Orsini was the last blow to the hopes of the Pope and of Naples alike. Virginio Orsini was constable of Naples, was connected by marriage with the Neapolitan king, and his family had an hereditary alliance with the Aragonese house. Alexander was now seriously alarmed. He released his captive cardinals and sent his possessions into the castle of Sant'Angelo, while his more precious goods were packed in readiness for flight. Horses stood always ready for his departure, but flight meant almost certain ruin. If the French king came to Rome, he needed a responsible ruler with whom he could treat. If Alexander were to flee, he must for his own security take with him all his cardinals. But already many had openly joined Charles. Probably there were few who would follow the Pope of their own free will. There would certainly gather around the French king a large majority of the college, who would be willing to declare Alexander deposed and proceed to a new election. Alexander had not the moral character which alone enables a man to act resolutely in a crisis. He prepared to retreat from his position and sent envoys to Charles at Bracciano. They besought the French king to remember his ancestors and do no hurt to Rome. The Pope had wished him to submit his claims on Naples to arbitration. Since, however, he had seen fit to proceed by arms, let him choose another road and not disturb the Pope. If he wished to visit the holy places of Rome, let him come without his troops. Finally, the Pope exhorted him to pay no heed to his detractors, who were restless and unquiet men, whom no kindness could satisfy. This was not a happy stroke of papal diplomacy, as it awakened the wrath of Cardinals Rovere, Sforza, Pero, Savelli, and San Severino, who were with Charles. The envoys, by their advice, were dismissed with scanty courtesy, and the French advanced, uncertain whether they were to enter Rome as friends or foes. On December 23rd, Cardinal Pero wrote to the Germans in Rome that their lives and goods would be respected in case of an attack on the city. At last, on December 24th, the Pope assembled a consistory and announced his intention of making terms with Charles. He sent his nephew, the Cardinal of Monreale, to the French camp at Bracciano. Charles demanded that the Pope should at least declare himself neutral and give free passage to the French troops. In return, he promised a safe conduct to the Duke of Calabria, and professed his reverence for the Pope as the head of Christendom. Still Alexander wavered. Next day he made an agreement with the Duke of Calabria that he might be received in Naples in case of need. He stipulated that he should have possession of Gaeta and receive a yearly allowance during his stay. He celebrated Mass in his chapel and gave his benediction to the Duke, saying, "God will help us." On December 31st, the Neapolitan troops retired from Rome, and Alexander sent Burchard, his master of the ceremonies, to meet Charles. Burchard was desirous of instructing Charles in matters of ceremonial, but the king answered that he meant to enter Rome without pomp. He kept Burchard by his side and asked him many questions about the Pope's personal character and about Cesare Borgia. Unfortunately, Burchard has not told us his answers. The same evening the French army entered Rome by the Porta del Popolo. From 3 o'clock till 9 the procession lasted before the astonished eyes of the Romans, and the wavering light of torches added to the terrible aspect of the soldiers. As on entering Florence, Charles was clad in armour and bore his lance by his side. With him were the Cardinals della Rovere, Sforza, Savelli, and Colonna, who mixed strangely with the martial throng. The French artillery awakened the greatest wonder amongst the Romans, who had never seen such guns before. Amid cries of Francia, Colonna, and Vincula, the king moved along the Corso to the Palazzo of San Marco, where he took up his abode. Cannon were posted round the palazzo, and 2,000 men were posted in the Campo dei Fiori, where they kept watch all night. Only the Tiber separated the king from the Pope, and Alexander was ill at ease. Centuries had passed since a king with a hostile army had entered the walls of Rome, and a more sensitive mind than that of Alexander would have deeply felt his humiliating position. But Alexander had no thought of the dignity of his office. He cared only for his personal safety. Really, the French king could ill afford to provoke the determined hostility of the Pope, as complications with the head of Christendom would have given an opportunity for the interference of Germany and Spain, which were watching with ill-concealed jealousy the astounding successes of France. Charles's counsellors were eager for the plunder of Naples, and wished to accomplish rapidly the main object of their expedition. His special favourite, Briçonnet, Bishop of St. Malo, longed for the dignity of the cardinalate, which would be endangered by an open breach with the Pope. On the other hand, Cardinals Rovere and Sforza urged Charles to call the Pope to account, to summon a council, and depose him as simoniacally elected. Ascanio Sforza had been the chief agent in this election, and had earned his share of the money spent in simony. But this did not restrain him from urging the charge against Alexander when it suited his own purposes. Charles may be pardoned if he doubted his own fitness to superintend the work of reforming the Church. He had neither the intellectual nor the moral qualities for such a task. Feeble in mind, contemptible in appearance, sunk in profligacy, and incapable of serious purpose, he was wise in not undertaking a labour far beyond his strength. Alexander might be unfit to be Pope, but Charles was equally unfit to say so. Charles showed some political wisdom when he said that he wished for a reformation of the Church, but not the deposition of the Pope. Charles, however, was in Rome, and Alexander was driven to come to terms. Quarrels between the French soldiers and the Roman citizens were inevitable. Frenchmen were murdered by night, and their comrades retaliated by plunder. The house of Vanozza, the mother of Alexander's children, was sacked. The bank was pillaged, and it required all the efforts of Cardinal Colonna to prevent graver disorders. On January 2nd, 1495, Alexander sent several of his cardinals, amongst them Cesare Borgia, Carvajal, and Raffaele Riario, to the king, who received them coldly. They addressed him in a speech of much cleverness, which took occasion to refute the charges brought against the Pope, and entreated Charles to follow the example of his predecessors, Pepin and Charles the Great. They regretted that he had shown ill will towards the Pope, who was only labouring for the peace of Christendom. What, they proceeded significantly, do you think that other Christian princes will say, if it be bruited abroad that you besiege the Pope and claim to judge him, to whom God has committed the judgment of all men? The Pope had urged that the French claim to Naples should be decided by arbitration, not by arms, because he feared lest Alfonso, in his fear, might call the Turk to his aid, and so bring the infidels into Italy. They retorted with crushing logic on the rebellious cardinals. Alexander VI has his detractors, but he knows that Jesus was accused as a wine-bibber and a friend of publicans and sinners. Let slanderers tell what tales they will. Alexander VI is holier, or at least as holy, as he was at the time of his election. We did not impose on his electors by hypocrisy, or win their goodwill by any new pretense. For 37 years he approved himself in high office, so that his doings and sayings were not hid from them. The very men who now withdraw their votes were the chief in procuring his election. The argument was true and cogent. Alexander was no hypocrite. His electors had been rewarded for their trouble, and had no just ground for complaining of the man whom they had chosen. This speech produced some effect, as Alexander had prepared the way by bribes judiciously administered to the French counsellors of the king. The Italians did not sympathize with the party move of Alexander's enemies to use against him the irregularities of his private life. In their opinion, it was a low trick. It was an attempt to throw dust in the eyes of the ignorant Frenchmen, and apply to the Pope a standard of holiness which had long since been pronounced impossible in Italy. The French, says Sigismondo di Conti, and those who dwell in the remoter parts of Christendom, think that the Pope is not made like other men, but is like one sent down from heaven, who cannot be moved by human feelings, and has not, as St. Paul says, a law in his members, contrary to the law in his mind. Sigismundo pronounces the charges against the Pope to be trifling, and the French learned to take the Italian view of moral considerations. One of the results of the French invasion of Italy was that the nations beyond the Alps lost their superstitious respect for the Pope's sanctity. The counselors of Charles soon convinced him that Alexander's personal character had nothing to do with his own political ends. So Charles dismissed his reforming schemes and answered that he was ready to render obedience to the Pope and enter into straight alliance with him on 3 conditions: that the castle of Sant'Angelo be occupied by a French garrison, that Cesare Borgia accompany the French army to Naples as legate, and that Prince Jem be handed over to the king. Alexander objected strongly to these conditions, and Charles gave him 6 days for consideration. On January 5th, so many French nobles came to kiss the Pope's foot and receive his benediction that Alexander fainted. After deliberating with his cardinals, he answered the French king that he could not consent to give up the castle of Sant'Angelo for fear of Cardinal Rovere, who would occupy it and be master of Rome. If it were besieged, he would expose on its walls the holiest relics. After sending this answer, Alexander was seized with terror and fled into the castle of Sant'Angelo, accompanied by 6 cardinals. A piece of the wall of the castle had fallen on the day when Charles entered Rome. It was repaired hastily and fell again. Men looked on this as an evil omen. Alexander regarded it as a sign that the castle was not a secure refuge. Twice the French artillery was pointed against the walls. Twice it was withdrawn. At last, on January 11th, a compromise was made, and terms of peace were arranged. The Pope agreed to give up to the king Civita Vecchia, to appoint governors whom the king chose in the cities of the patrimony, to receive into his favour the cardinals and nobles who had favoured the French cause, to deliver up Prince Jem, and send Cardinal Cesare Borgia as legate with the French army for 4 months. Charles withdrew his demand for the castle of Sant'Angelo. When the peace had thus been made, Charles ventured for the first time to traverse the streets of Rome and visit its churches and antiquities. On January 15th the treaty was signed by the king, and Rome rejoiced at being free from danger. Next day Charles took up his abode in the Vatican, and a meeting between him and the Pope was arranged. Charles was walking in the Vatican garden when Alexander issued from the corridor which led to the castle of Sant'Angelo. Twice the king, uncovering his head, bowed to the Pope. On the 3rd genuflection, Alexander also uncovered his head, and taking the king's hand, prevented him from kissing his feet. Then he walked by his side and expressed his joy at this meeting. They passed together into the hall of the consistory, where the king set forth his reverence for the Pope, and asked as a favour the elevation of the Bishop of San Malo to the cardinalate. Alexander assented, and led the way to the room where the creation of cardinals was declared. On the way he fainted. Borchardt regarded it as a pretence that he might demand the attentions of the king. When he recovered, he nominated Briçonnet a cardinal, conferred on him the insignia of his dignity, and assigned him rooms in the Vatican. Alexander had now recovered his self-possession. So long as he had a serious political problem to solve, he was helpless and allowed matters to drift. Now that it was a question of managing men, his subtlety and astuteness returned. He was ready to make the most of Charles, and lived with him on terms of the most complete friendliness. The cardinals who had joined the party of Charles saw themselves entirely abandoned. Ascanio Sforza and Lunate fled from Rome. Prospero Colonna, Savelli, and Perrault reconciled themselves with the Pope. Perrault afterwards boasted that he had spoken his mind to Alexander, and had reproved him for his evil life his simony, and his dealings with the Turk. Probably the loquacious cardinal told his friends what was in his mind rather than on his tongue. Cardinal Rovere alone remained steadfast in his hostility, and preferred to accompany Charles rather than remain in Rome. On January 19th, Alexander had the satisfaction of receiving from Charles the obedience of France. The conqueror of Italy entered the capital of the Pope who opposed him, and formally recognized his authority without obtaining a withdrawal of his opposition. It is true that he showed some signs of using pressure, and kept the consistory waiting for an hour before he appeared. Then his orator demanded the investiture of Naples, which Alexander refused, saying that he could not prejudice the rights of another without due deliberation with the cardinals. He vaguely added that he wished in all things to please his dear son, the King of France. If Charles's advisers wished to overawe the Pope, the king threw away the opportunity. He rose at once and said in French, "Holy Father, I have come to do obedience and reverence in the same way as my predecessors." During the ceremonial speeches which followed, the French who were present broke out into such loud expressions of disgust that the cardinals crowded round the Pope's throne for protection. If Alexander showed his incapacity before Charles entered Rome, Charles showed still greater want of capacity when he was master of the situation. It might be unwise to attempt the Pope's overthrow, but to offer him the obedience of France was to strengthen the position of an enemy who had only been driven by superior force to dissemble his hostility for the moment. A few more days were spent by Charles in Rome, and were largely given to ecclesiastical ceremonial, till at last Alexander saw with relief that Charles prepared to take his departure. Prince Jem was handed over to him, and was received with courtesy and marks of respect. The Pope bestowed pardons on the numerous nobles who thronged to ask for them, and Cesare Borgia presented the king with 6 magnificent horses. Then, on January 28th, Charles, with Jem on his left and Cesare Borgia on his right, rode out of Rome in full confidence that he had won the lasting friendship of the Pope. But this belief was soon dispelled. On the evening of January 30th, Cardinal Cesare, disguised as a groom, fled from the French quarters at Velletri. He rode rapidly to Rome and took refuge in the house of a papal official. The Roman magistrates came trembling to the Pope and begged him to order Cesare's departure, lest the king return to take vengeance. Cesare was safely conveyed to Spoleto, and Alexander was well contented to know that Charles no longer had in his power a hostage for his fidelity. When Charles sent to demand Cesare's return, the Pope declared that he knew nothing of his flight, nor of his hiding place. Charles saw, when it was too late, that he had been the Pope's dupe. The reason of Cesare's bold step is not difficult to find. On the day of his flight, 2 Spanish ambassadors presented themselves before Charles at Velletri, and demanded that he should desist from his attempt against Naples. Ferdinand of Spain considered that he had done enough to deserve the grant of Roussillon. He bethought himself of his old alliance with Naples, and his envoys urged that if Naples did not belong to Alfonso II, it belonged to Ferdinand of Aragon as the legitimate heir of Alfonso I. They proposed that the question be referred to the arbitration of the Pope. Charles answered, "Alexander VI is a Spaniard," and dismissed them. Still he received an unpleasant intimation of the jealousy which his success was causing. Cesare Borgia saw that France had dangerous enemies, and that the Papacy was still a useful centre round which they might rally. Feeling satisfied that Charles would hesitate to return to Rome in search of new hostages, he judged that the time had come for flight. End of section 23. Section 24 of A History of the Papacy, From the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 7, Charles VIII in Italy, 1494 to 1495, Part 4. Naples, however, itself offered no opposition to the French advance. Alfonso II was as cowardly as he was cruel, and saw expressed in the faces of his subjects the hatred which his conduct had inspired. Men said that he was haunted at night by the ghosts of barons whom he had treacherously put to death. He had not the courage to defend himself, and judged that the sole chance of saving his dynasty was to abdicate in favour of his innocent son, Ferrantino. On January 23rd, 1495, he resigned his crown and prepared to flee to Sicily. The weather was too stormy to set sail at once, and he spent some days in terror, crying out that he heard the French advancing, that the very trees and stones cried France. At last he escaped to Sicily and took refuge in the Olivetan monastery of Mazzara. Ferrante II was crowned amidst ominous silence from the crowd. He did what he could to win the affections of his subjects. He implored help from Ludovico Sforza, even from the Sultan Bajazet. Then he set out for the camp at San Germano, resolved to merit the glory of a worthy prince. But the news that the French had stormed Monte San Giovanni and massacred all its inhabitants filled the Neapolitan army with terror, so that it hastily abandoned the strong position of San Germano, which was the key to Naples, and fell back on Capua. Ferrante II hastened to Naples to gather reinforcements. During his absence his general Trivulzio made terms with Charles, and Capua was opened to the French. Naples rose in tumultuous confusion, and Ferrante bade his subjects a dignified farewell. Fortune has declared against me, and I withdraw. I absolve you from your homage, and counsel you by obedience to mitigate the natural pride of the French. If their barbarity awaken your hatred and make you wish for my return, I will be ready at your call to risk my life in your service. If you are satisfied with their rule, I will never disturb the peace of the realm. I have wronged no man. The sins of my fathers, not my own, are visited on my head. On February 21st he sailed for Ischia, and next day Charles entered Naples amidst the joyous greetings of the people, who had already sent to tell him that they awaited his coming as did the Jews that of the Messiah. Only the 2 castles of Naples held out for Ferrante, and they were reduced to submission on March 20th. The success of Charles was marvellous. The states of Italy had fallen before him at the first touch. They had no root of patriotism or national sentiment. Each lived for itself and for the immediate present, and the expediency of the moment was the sole element in each man's calculations. Those who had been most strongly attached to the House of Aragon in Naples, and who owed everything to its favour, were the first to prostrate themselves before the victorious King of France. A saying was put into the mouth of Alexander, that the French came into Italy with wooden spurs, carrying in their hands chalk to mark their billets. Indeed, they scarcely needed any other appliances, for where they came to conquer, they were welcomed as friends. It is no wonder that Charles struck a medal in Naples with the inscription Missis a Deo, sent by God. Now that Charles was master of Naples, it was in his power to carry out his great design of warring against the Turk. Bajazet II was a feeble ruler. Comines was of opinion that he might have been dispossessed of his throne as easily as Alfonso of Naples, since the Greeks were ready to rebel at the first news of the French advance. But Charles does not seem to have been much more in earnest about a crusade than those who had professed their zeal in previous days, and such intentions as he had were dispelled by the death of Prince Jem on February 25th. On the journey, Jem caught a cold which developed into bronchitis, under which he sank. Men said that the Pope had poisoned him before he left Rome, but we must doubt the operation of a poison which worked so slowly as to produce death only after a month's interval. Yet this version of the cause of Jem's death was believed on all sides by Alexander's contemporaries, who clearly thought that the Pope would shrink from no crime which might bring him advantage. Alexander, throughout his whole career, had to pay the penalty for the known disorders of his life, and no accusations against him were incredible. However, the death of Jem seems to have arisen from natural causes. It was not singular that one who had led for many years a sedentary life should succumb before a winter journey, during which his regular habits of life were disregarded. Alexander may fairly be acquitted of the charge of poisoning Jem. Jem's death and the delights of Naples dispelled the crusading schemes of Charles. His vanity was fully satisfied by his triumphal procession through Italy, and his inglorious campaign required its meed of enjoyment. Charles was contented to compare himself with Charles the Great, without incurring any further risks. The French nobles were bent only on apportioning among themselves the spoils of the Neapolitan kingdom. There was no statesman to point out that the commanding position which Charles assumed could only be maintained by some further exploit which would silence jealousy. Charles revelled in the delights of the Neapolitan gardens, which seemed to him a terrestrial paradise, save for the absence of Adam and Eve. His troops followed his example in their way, and indulged in the strong, cheap wine of Naples, till their drunken licentiousness filled the Neapolitans with hatred and terror. Comines admits that the French did not regard the Italians as men. They had had only too much justification for their contempt, and did not scruple to show it. The offices of the state were all given to needy Frenchmen, and though Charles promised large remissions of taxation, the luxury of his court prevented his promises being carried into effect. The Neapolitans soon regretted their faithlessness to Ferrante II. Meanwhile, all the powers of Europe felt themselves menaced by this accession of power to France. Ferdinand of Spain feared for Sicily. Maximilian was alarmed at the preponderance which France had won in Europe. Ludovico Sforza saw that by opening Italy to France he had taken a dangerous step. The Duke of Orleans was the descendant of Valentina Visconti, the last representative of the Visconti line, and could produce as good a title to Milan as Charles had urged successfully on Naples. Venice and the Pope were both alarmed. There were many negotiations amongst these powers during the progress of the French invasion. The conquest of Naples led to decisive steps. On March 31st, a league was concluded at Venice between Maximilian, Ferdinand, Ludovico Sforza, the Pope, and Venice. Its ostensible objects were war against the Turks, the preservation of peace in Italy, and the mutual defence of the territories of the Allies. Its real object was the expulsion of the French from Naples. Prudence dictated to Charles a speedy departure from Naples before his enemies had time to collect their forces. But vanity made him desirous of a formal coronation, and he wasted time in fruitless negotiations with the Pope. He still hoped by fair promises to detach Alexander from the League, and obtain from him the investiture of the Neapolitan kingdom. But Alexander was promised help from Venice and refused the king's proposals. On May 12th, Charles was crowned by the Archbishop of Naples, and on May 20th set out on his return to France. Alexander fled before his coming and took refuge in Orvieto. As Charles advanced and invited him to a conference, he removed for greater safety to Perugia. Everywhere, as Charles returned, he was confronted by complications which his previous want of foresight had created. When he arrived at Poggibonsi, he had to choose between the roads through Florence or through Pisa. He had given the Pisans freedom from Florence. He had promised the Florentines to restore Pisa to their rule, so that both regarded him with suspicion. Florence sent envoys to Poggibonsi, amongst whom was Savonarola. Again Charles listened to the words of the prophet. "You have provoked the anger of the Lord, because you have not kept faith with Florence, and have abandoned the reform of the Church, for which purpose you were sent." Charles showed his usual inconsistency. He promised at first to restore Pisa to Florence, but afterwards said that his engagement to Pisa was made before that with Florence. Then he pursued his road to Pisa, where the citizens received him with joy, and next day with lamentable cries, but sought him not to hand them over to Florence. As usual, he answered that he would do what they wished. Charles was incapable of forming any policy or deciding any question. The French were not to leave Italy so easily as they entered it. The troops of the League were called into the field by Ludovico Sforza, who had been the chief agent in summoning the French into Italy, and was now the most eager to drive them from it. Louis, Duke of Orleans, had through sickness been left behind at Asti, where a small force was posted to keep open communications with France. The neighbourhood of Louis disquieted Ludovico. The Duke of Orleans claimed the title of Duke of Milan. Ludovico felt that his subjects were discontented with his rule, and feared that the presence of Louis might give the opportunity for a rising against himself. No sooner was the league concluded than he summoned the Duke of Orleans to evacuate Asti, and proceeded to gather troops. Contrary to the orders of Charles, Orleans obtained succours from France, and resolved to act on the offensive. On June 13th he seized Novara, and this act of aggression was enough to absolve the Italian powers from their promises of neutrality to Charles. Venice gathered an army under the command of Francesco Gonzaga, Marquis of Mantua. Novara was besieged, and Gonzaga prepared to intercept Charles near Fornovo on the little river Taro. The battle was fought on July 5th, 1495, a battle big with the destinies of Italy. An invader had broken into her cities and disturbed her peace. Internal dissensions had favoured him, and men had not seen at first the danger his presence brought. But now Italy had recovered from her first stupor. She was united in a way that she had not been for centuries. It was too late to retrieve the past, but she might so chastise the rash intruder as to make his fate a warning for the future. Italian independence had been threatened of old, but had been nobly vindicated. Fornovo might be in the annals of Italy as glorious a memory as Legnano. The army of the League had every advantage. It was twice as numerous as the French, which had been weakened by leaving garrisons in Naples and elsewhere. It was fresh and had plenty of provisions, while the French were wearied with a laborious march and were suffering from hunger. It had the choice of position, while the French, emerging from the gorge amongst the mountains, had perforce to cross the Taro and make their way towards Piacenza. Charles judged it wiser not to fight a battle, but to pursue his route. For this purpose he exposed his flank to the enemy and marched along the skirts of the mountains. Francesco Gonzaga endeavoured to intercept him. There was some confused fighting and much bloodshed, but some of Gonzaga's soldiers fell to plundering. He himself charged at the head of a division and left no orders for his reserves, who stood idly by their tents, passive spectators of the fight. Charles pursued his way, leaving much booty in the enemy's hands. The Italians rejoiced over their victory, but the French had better reason for rejoicing. The battle of Fornovo displayed the military incapacity of Italy. When Charles reached Asti, he had to consider if he intended to pursue the war in Lombardy, where the Duke of Orleans was still besieged in Novara. Alexander, who had recovered from his fright and returned to Rome on June 27th, issued on August 5th a papal admonition to Charles, bidding him cross the Alps and no longer disturb the peace of Italy. In case of disobedience, he summoned the king to Rome to show cause why he should not be excommunicated. Even Charles had wit enough to reply, "I wonder that the Pope is so desirous to see me at Rome, as he did not wait for me when I was there last. I hope to obey him by opening the road again, and must beg him to wait a little while." At first Charles thought of bringing Swiss soldiers and relieving Novara, but Ludovico Sforza was anxious to be rid of the French, and offered to make terms with the king. Novara was restored to him, and he undertook to give free passage through his territories to the French troops when they marched to Naples. Venice, aggrieved at this desertion of the League, regarded Ludovico as a traitor, and his own subjects joined in the same opinion. Ludovico, who had been the cause of the French invasion, was the man who most rejoiced to see the French safely out of Italy. Like most clever schemers, he had rid himself of one danger, only to incur another. Before he had returned to France, Charles had lost Naples. Ferrante II returned on July 7th, aided by Spanish troops from Sicily under the command of Gonzalvo de Cordova. The Neapolitans rose against the French and welcomed back their former king with frantic joy. Place after place was lost to the French, who still gallantly defended themselves. Charles talked of sending reinforcements and of making another expedition, but while he talked, his troops in Calabria wasted away. In November 1496, the last remnants of the French occupation had disappeared. There is something fantastic, almost grotesque, in this French invasion of Italy. The rashness of the attempt, its instantaneous success, and its absence of results are equally amazing. Still more amazing is to find in the contemporary records of Italy no sense of the importance of the events that were happening. The Italian had no sense of national unity. He regarded the French as barbarians, but felt no shame that the barbarians should dispose of Italy at their pleasure. He reckoned them to be only a temporary factor in the changing combinations of political parties to which he had been so long accustomed. The idea of national honour, the dread of national danger, never occurred to his mind. Even the most sincere man amongst the Italians of the time, Girolamo Savonarola, regarded the French king as the scourge of God, who was to chastise and purify the Church. Italy, enervated by prosperity, corrupted by over-rapid mental enfranchisement, was limited by narrow conceptions of self-interest. The papal restoration had succeeded in checking the adventurous schemes of an Italian kingdom which had floated before the eyes of Giovanni Visconti, of Ladislas of Naples, of the Condottieri Braccio. It had made possible the artificial balance of Italian states which had given Italy half a century of luxurious enjoyment, and now left it helpless when danger was at hand. Never was a time when resoluteness was more required, and the only Italian capable of political courage was Giuliano della Rovere, whom passionate resentment carried into the camp of France. Yet the Italian expedition of Charles was a turning point of the intellectual and political life of Europe. It revealed at once the glory and the helplessness of Italy. The peoples of the North had just reached the point of intellectual development when they could understand, if they were incapable of creating, the beauties and the refinement of Italian life and thought. The earthly paradise, once discovered, was never again free from the foot of the invader. Charles pointed out the splendid prey which lay before the strongest, and Italy became the battlefield of the newly organized nations of Europe. From the beginning she enthralled her captors. The spoils of Naples were carried back to France, where Charles VIII began to remodel the castle of Amboise. The French nobles, weary with their gloomy castles, which since the development of artillery had ceased to be impregnable, followed the fashion of Italy and changed their castles into luxurious country houses. The printing press gave a ready means for the multiplication of books. French literature, which was beginning to wear a courtly dress under Clément Marot, received a new impulse from Italy. Charles carried beyond the Alps a vague yet powerful fragrance of the spirit of the Italian Renaissance. The result was not entirely good. If French manners had been rude before, they rapidly became dissolute. The sojourn of the French in Naples called into existence a plague which went by the name of the French evil, the product of the physical and moral uncleanness of the age. Syphilis. In another way also, Italy spread her influence over Europe. The league which had been formed against Charles was an extension into European politics of the principles which had been developed in Italy. A deliberate check was planned against French aggrandisement, and the artificial balance which prevailed in Italian politics was introduced into a larger sphere. Round Italy gathered dynastic jealousies, which were strongly interwoven with national aspirations, and in the struggles for the possession of Italy, a new system of European states slowly emerged. End of section 24. Section 25 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 8. Alexander VI and Fra Girolamo Savonarola, 1495 to 1498, Part 1. The end of the year 1495 was most disastrous for the city of Rome. The waters of the Tiber rose suddenly to a height unknown before, and inflicted irreparable damage. The flood almost reached the top of the arches of the Ponti di Sisto. The waters spread through the streets, drowned many, ruined property, and undermined houses. The churches and public buildings especially suffered. Tombs and altars were swept away, mosaic pavements were destroyed, and many precious memorials of the early Renaissance art were obliterated. The loss was estimated at 300,000 ducats, and it was computed that Rome would not recover from the damage for a quarter of a century. Alexander was occupied at home by attempting to repair the ravages of this terrible inundation. But he was equally in earnest in his desire to strengthen the league against France, which was joined by Henry VII of England in the end of July. Though the league was imposing in appearance, Alexander found it no easy matter to stir it to take any definite action. Negotiations were carried on with Maximilian to discuss the details of a joint expedition, and the Pope's legate made the modest request that all cities and castles taken by the French in the Neapolitan kingdom should be placed in the Pope's hands as supreme lord. There was much talk about the division of spoil, much flattering of his imperial majesty, and a sincere desire that Maximilian would do the bidding of Italy against the French king. But Germany felt no interest in Maximilian's imperial policy, and the Italian members of the League were not prepared for any great undertaking. In truth, Italy had been profoundly shaken by the French invasion, and her statesmen had not recovered their nerve. They felt that ruin had been terribly near. They dimly saw their individual mistakes, but each threw the greater part of the blame on his neighbour. Ludovico Sforza said to the Venetian Foscari, "I confess that I have done great mischief to Italy, but I did it to keep myself in my place, and I did it against my will." The fault lay with King Ferrante, and also in some degree with Venice, because it would not interpose. But afterwards, have you not seen my continuous efforts for the freedom of Italy? Rest assured that if I had delayed any longer in making the peace of Novara, Italy would have been undone, for our affairs were in the most desperate condition. Ludovico was driven to admit his fault, but had no better policy for the future than a franker recognition by every one of the instability of Italian politics. Italy was to be protected by a cautious protection of her fragility, not by an endeavour to establish a sounder foundation. So the Allies shrank from any definite action. The French were gone for the present, and it was better to wait. When Venice heard of continued reverses of the French in Naples, she secretly tried to dissuade Maximilian from his expedition. However, if something was to be done, there was one object which seemed to be within the power of the League. The sole Italian state which still retained its alliance with France was Florence. The French invasion had brought to Florence the expulsion of the Medici and the loss of Pisa. The Florentines were bent on preventing a Medicean restoration and on recovering Pisa, and they thought that these objects could best be obtained by an alliance with France. The aim of the League was a pacification of Italy against France, and this principle, as applied to Florence, would have meant the restoration of the Medici and the recognition of the independence of Pisa. Florence, on political grounds, was not prepared to make such a sacrifice to secure the unity of Italy. The preaching of Savonarola had led a large number of her citizens to regard Charles as the scourge of God, who should purify the Church, and Florentine vanity was gratified by the thought that she was to serve as a model to the regenerate world. The influence of Savonarola was a strange mixture of good and evil. It awakened a higher sense of Christian zeal and of moral effort, but it also rested on a definite scheme of politics, according to which Charles was a heaven-sent deliverer, and the rights which Florence recognized as inherent in her own citizens was denied to the citizens of Pisa. As a moral and religious teacher, Savonarola deserves all praise. As a politician, he taught Florence to take up a position adverse to the interests of Italy, to trust to France blindly in spite of all disappointments, and to war against Pisa for casting off the Florentine yoke in the same way as Florence herself had cast off the yoke of the Medici. We cannot wonder that this attitude awakened no sympathy in Italy, and that the efforts of the League were directed to the subjugation of Florence. After the expulsion of the Medici, the Florentines found some difficulty in arranging a new government. Some wished to keep the existing system, and to inspire it with the old vigour of the Florentine Republic. Others wished to establish a more popular form, and turned their eyes to Venice for an example. Just as the Spartan constitution was the ideal of Athenian philosophers, so Venice was regarded by Italians as the state which had solved the problem of attaining political stability. The Concilio Grande, of which every Venetian noble was a member, formed the basis of the Venetian constitution. The popular party at Florence demanded that a great council of the chiefest citizens should be set in a similar position in Florence. Feeling ran high, and men were sorely divided between these proposals, when Savonarola interposed. He summoned to the Duomo the magistrates and all the citizens, excluding women and children. Before them he stood as a Christian teacher who believed that Christianity had power to regenerate society, and that its principle was applicable to political organization. The prophet who saw in Charles the instrument of God to deliver, yet chastise Florence, felt himself called to set the government in a path where it might advance to the accomplishment of its mighty destiny. He spoke with the zeal of a Christian moralist, and enforced his words by the lofty assurance of a prophet. He defined the requisites of good government, and applied his principles to the existing needs of Florence. He put before his hearers 4 great objects to be followed: the fear of God as the foundation of moral reform, love for the common welfare as superior to private interests, universal peace and amnesty to the partisans of the Medici family, finally, a form of government which should comprise all eligible citizens, so as to prevent factions and the consequent rise of individuals to domination. Savonarola's advice prevailed. On December 23rd, the Concilio Grande was adopted by a large majority, and the democratic principle became the basis of the new constitution of Florence. In thus venturing into the field of party politics, Savonarola took a step which drew upon him many enemies. Those who were opposed to the democratic constitution saw in Savonarola its great upholder, and worked to overthrow his influence. They found little difficulty in enlisting on their side the jealousy of the Franciscans against the Dominicans, and an attempt was made to get rid of Savonarola from Florence by an order from his superior that he should preach at Lucca. The Florentine magistrates with some difficulty obtained from Alexander VI a suspension of this order. It would indeed have been difficult to withdraw Savonarola from Florence, where he stood as the head of the dominant political party, and was striving to direct the energies of the city toward a revival of religious and moral life. He professed that he did not meddle with the affairs of the state, and he believed that he was laboring to establish a kingdom of Christ on earth. But to an outside view, he had encouraged Florence to set up an independent form of government, resting on principles difficult to understand, and to pursue a policy which was not in accordance with the interest of the rest of Italy. Moreover, however much he might desire a united Florence, it was inevitable that the new constitution should have some opponents. Savonarola linked his fortunes with those of a political party. His friends were contemptuously known as the Piagnoni, because they wept at the eloquence of their master. His foes were called the Arrabbiati, because of the fury of their attacks upon him. Watching these 2 parties were the partisans of the Medici, who only waited an opportunity to raise their heads. Savonarola was not ignorant of the dangers which beset him. In a sermon preached on December 21st, 1494, he compared himself to one who has gone out fishing and has been carried from sight of the shore while intent on his occupation. "O my Florence, I am that man. I was in a safe haven, the life of a friar. I looked at the waves of the world and saw therein much fish. With my hook I caught some, that is, by my preaching I led a few into the way of salvation. As I took pleasure therein, the Lord drave my bark into the open sea. Before me on the vast ocean I see terrible tempests brewing. Behind I have lost sight of my haven. The wind drives me forward, and the Lord forbids my return. On my right the elect of God demand my help. On my left demons and wicked men lie in ambush. On high I see eternal life, and my soul, rising on the wings of desire, seeks its heavenly home, but falls helpless and overwhelmed with sadness, because it must yet wait long time. Below I see hell, which fills me with terror. I communed last night with the Lord and said, 'Pity me, Lord, lead me back to my haven.' It is impossible, see you not, that the wind is contrary. I will preach if I must, but why must I meddle with the government of Florence? If thou wouldest make Florence a holy city, thou must establish her on firm foundations, and give her a government which favours virtue. But, Lord, I am not sufficient for these things. Knowest thou not that God chooses the weak of this world to confound the mighty? Thou art the instrument, I am the doer. Then I was convinced and cried, Lord, I will do thy will. But tell me, what shall be my reward? Eye hath not seen, nor ear heard. But in this life, Lord? My son, the servant is not above his master. The Jews made me die on the cross. A like lot awaits thee. Yea, Lord, let me die as thou didst die for me. Then he said, Wait yet a while. Let that be done which must be done. Then arm yourself with courage. These predictions of troubles were soon realized. It was inevitable that the political attitude of Florence should be challenged, and that Savonarola's responsibility should be brought to light. When the League against France was being formed, Alexander VI strove to draw Florence into it, but his envoy reported that the city was entirely under the power of Savonarola. In July 1495, the Pope invited him to come to Rome and explain his claims to a divine commission. Savonarola excused himself on the ground of ill health, and for a time his excuses were admitted. He referred the Pope to his book Compendium Revelationum, which was just on the point of appearing, and which contained a simple account of the growth of his belief in his own mission. In this book he recognizes the arguments against this belief. They had sorely tried his own mind, till he saw in them temptations of the devil to lead him away from his duty. The tempter suggested to him that he was misled by his moral enthusiasm to seek a sanction for his words, and urged that prophets ought to prove their commission by performing miracles. Against this Savonarola quoted the examples of Jonah and John the Baptist, who were prophets sent from God to call men to repentance, but who had no power beyond that of their words. The book ends with a prediction of the Virgin that Florence, after trials and tribulations, would come forth more glorious than before. We may doubt if Alexander VI read Savonarola's book. He had no objection to Savonarola preaching or prophesying as he chose, but he could not understand the political attitude of Florence. Charles VIII had left Italy without restoring Pisa, and the Florentines had nothing to hope from French help, yet they showed no disposition to enter the League. Alexander VI, on September 8th, addressed to them a letter in which he professed his desire for peace, declared his intention of excommunicating Charles if he again attempted to invade Italy, and threatened all who aided him with like penalties. He exhorted the Florentines not to endure the reproach of being the only men who sought the ruin of Italy. Besides this general admonition, the Pope issued a brief specially addressed to Savonarola, declaring that he had been led astray by novel and perverse doctrine, had spoken rashly, and despite his warnings had published his sermons. Till the case was further investigated, he suspended Savonarola from preaching. Savonarola replied by entreating the Pope to inform himself better before deciding. Meanwhile, as an attempt at the restoration of the Medici caused a ferment in the popular mind at Florence, he again preached on October 11th. On October 16th came a second letter from the Pope, reproaching him with disturbing the peace of the city, and again ordering him to be silent. Savonarola bowed to the Pope's command, and during Advent his voice was not heard in the pulpit. The Florentine people were discontented at his silence. In truth, Savonarola occupied a position seldom gained by a preacher, for he was the centre of a great revival of religious zeal, of a moral reformation, and of a new system of government which strove to carry out his principles. The feverish ardour of his followers needed the stimulus of his exhortations. Florence believed in his prophetic gift, and longed for his consolations to support her in the repeated disappointments of the recovery of Pisa. The magistrates were urgent that the Pope should recall his suspension, as the city had with difficulty endured Savonarola's silence during Advent. On February 11th, 1496, the Signory decreed that Savonarola should preach in Lent, or earlier if he chose, under pain of their severe displeasure. It would seem that Alexander, pressed to recall his suspension, made some vague remark that Savonarola might preach as he pleased, provided he did not speak evil of the Pope or the court of Rome. This remark was communicated to Savonarola by his friend Cardinal Caraffa, and Savonarola regarded it as sufficient permission. The Carnival of 1496 gave a striking exhibition of Savonarola's moral influence over the city. Instead of the licentious masks wherewith Lorenzo de' Medici had gratified the popular taste, Savonarola organized religious processions. Instead of the carnival songs, the streets of Florence echoed with the music of lauds. Savonarola had always attracted the young. He had arranged raised seats for them in the cathedral, where they might listen without disturbing the crowd below. He had enrolled them into guilds for the promotion of moral reform, and to the great consolation of sober citizens had checked the silly and brutal custom of stone-throwing, whereby the youth of the city disturbed the peace of respectable elders. He now produced a deep impression on the popular imagination by processions of children, varying in age from 6 to 16, who bore olive branches in their hands, and chanted lauds with cries of Viva Cristo e la Virgine Maria Nostra Regina. Their parents were moved by the memory of Christ's entry into Jerusalem, and felt the meaning of the words, "Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings hast thou perfected praise." Such was the zeal of these youthful enthusiasts that their mothers could not keep them in bed on the mornings when the friar preached. So eager were they to be in their places in the cathedral. No wonder that this childish zeal was contagious. Pious hearts were deeply touched and said, "This is the Lord's doing." It was natural that Savonarola should be stirred by this testimony to his moral power. It is inevitable that the preacher and the social reformer should be nurtured on the enthusiasm which he excites, and should forget the strength of opposing forces which are hidden from his eyes. To Savonarola, Italy was centred in Florence, and Florence was swayed by his words. The papal inhibition did not remind him that there were larger interests beyond, and that his conception of the mission of Florence was opposed to the current views of the stability of Italian affairs. He appeared before the Florentines with unabated confidence in his own prophetic mission, and declared his loyalty to the Catholic Church, by which he meant the Church of Rome. To its decision he was always ready to submit himself in his teaching. But he went on to say, no papal prohibition could move him from the path of duty. We are not bound to obey all commands. If they come through false information, they are not valid. If they contradict the law of love set forth in the Gospel, we must withstand them as St. Paul withstood St. Peter. We cannot suppose such a possibility. But if it were so, we must answer our superior, "You err. You are not the Roman Church. You are a man and a sinner." These were bold words, but if they were reported to Alexander, he does not seem to have paid any heed to them on personal or ecclesiastical grounds. He had suffered enough from one French invasion, and was resolved to run no risk of a second. He was bent upon banding Italy against the invader, and Florence must be won over to the Italian League. He had no quarrel against Florence, no ill will against Savonarola, but Florence must abandon its alliance with France, and Savonarola was the leader of the French party in Florence. Alexander wished to settle matters quietly, and as a man of the world was amazed at the infatuation of Florence with a chattering friar. He had allowed Savonarola to preach on the tacit understanding that he should keep away from politics and confine himself to religion. He was indignant when he heard that Savonarola had shown himself more obstinate than before in his political ideas, and even dared to brave the Pope's displeasure. So long as Savonarola confined himself to the things of the kingdom of heaven, the Pope was content that he should go his own way. But he could not be allowed to interfere longer with the Pope's views about the affairs of his earthly kingdom. End of section 25. Section 26 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 8, Alexander VI and Fra Girolamo Savonarola, 1495 to 1498, Part 2. Alexander VI was too much of a practical statesman to push matters to extremity. The words of Savonarola provoked a passing anger, but Alexander was not intolerant of plain speaking. He thought it beneath the papal dignity to quarrel with a friar. The enemies of Savonarola were numerous, and they filled the Pope's ear with complaints against him. They magnified his influence in Florence. They distorted his words. They forged letters from him to Charles, urging a new French invasion of Italy. But Alexander was not greatly moved by any of these things. From time to time he warned Savonarola, but he had no wish to proceed severely against him. He bent all his efforts to induce Florence to break off its alliance with France and to enter the Italian League. He knew that Savonarola was the chief obstacle to his wish, but he was willing to try all other means before attacking Savonarola himself. So matters stood when Maximilian proposed to enter Italy. The League was powerful, and Florence was weak. It was suffering from a long famine. Its people were impoverished by the long war. Its castles were badly fortified and ill prepared to endure a siege. Help from France was no longer to be expected. The envoys of the Pope and of the League made fair promises of the restoration of Pisa, if only the French alliance were abandoned. Florence was in great straits, and for a moment its citizens wavered. But they valued their newly won liberty. They dreaded that the triumph of the League would mean the restoration of the Medici. They could not put much faith in promises made by a body of allies whose separate interests were so diverse. They resolved that they would not try a new fortune, whatever risks their resolution might bring. Maximilian and his allies came to teach Florence a lesson. They were joyously received at Pisa, and in the middle of October undertook the siege of Livorno. The Venetian ships blockaded it by sea and cut off supplies from the famished Florentines. Attempts to bring provisions were frustrated by a storm, which scattered the ships laden with corn from Marseilles. Florence was in great distress, and men turned to Savonarola for comfort. On October 28, 1496, he preached a stirring sermon and promised them speedy help. On October 30th, the miraculous image of the Virgin of Santa Maria della Impruneta was carried in procession through the city, and the strains of the penitential litany were suddenly broken by a shout of joy. A messenger came from Livorno, bringing the news that some ships from Marseilles, taking advantage of a storm which scattered the Venetian squadron, had entered the harbour of Livorno with supplies. This transient success would have availed the Florentines little if the allies had resolutely pushed the siege. But the Venetians and Milanese were suspicious of one another, and neither of them really wished to see Maximilian obtain a foothold in Italy. The storms of autumn wrecked the Venetian fleet, and Maximilian himself was in peril of his life. The ships were disabled, and Maximilian, weary of his profitless enterprise, left Pisa on November 21st and hastened into Lombardy. There he bitterly reproached the Milanese and Venetians for their conduct. Then he returned ingloriously across the Alps. Savonarola's predictions were fulfilled. Florence was saved, and looked with greater confidence upon its prophet. It would seem that Alexander had not put great confidence in the success of this expedition as a means of solving the Florentine difficulty. He negotiated privately with Savonarola, that he might win him to his side. He sent to Florence the Proctor General of the Dominicans, Luigi of Ferrara, who for 3 days reasoned with the prophet. At last, when he had exhausted his arguments, he said, "The Pope, confident in your virtue and wisdom, will raise you to the cardinalate if you will cease to foretell the future." "I cannot abandon the embassy of the king, my master," replied Savonarola. "Come to my sermon tomorrow, and I will answer you." Next day Savonarola asserted anew his belief in his prophecies. Then he went on, "I seek no earthly glory, far be it from me. It is enough, my God, that thy blood was shed through love for me. I only wish to be glorified in thee. I seek neither hat nor mitre. I desire only what thou hast given to thy saints, death. Give me a hat, but red with blood. That is my desire." Fra Luigi had his answer and returned to Rome. Savonarola's bitterest and most skilful enemies were those of the Dominican order, who were jealous of his reputation and viewed his reforms with alarm. One of them, Francesco Mei, suggested to the Pope a plan by which this inconvenient politician might be silenced. Savonarola was strong in Florence by virtue of his independent position as head of the Tuscan congregation of the Dominican order. That position had been conferred on him by a papal brief. Inasmuch as he misused his power, let the Pope take it away. This could easily be done by a redistribution of the Dominican convents. Savonarola had induced the Pope to separate the Tuscan congregation from the congregation of Lombardy. Plausible reasons could be adduced for a further change, for the formation of a new congregation, which should unite the convent of San Marco of Florence with some convents detached from the congregations of Lombardy and of Rome. Grounds of convenience in ecclesiastical organization could easily be found for the creation of this Tusco-Roman congregation, which would destroy Savonarola's independent position and subject him to the orders of an ecclesiastical superior. No doubt this was an unworthy manoeuvre, but it was a skilful one. Savonarola could not urge much against it, for he himself had used the Pope's authority to arrange for his own purposes the distribution of the Dominican convents. It was true that his plan was founded upon a sound principle and had met with success. It was equally true that the new scheme set forth by the Pope's brief was opposed to all sound principles, was almost impracticable, and had no other end than the removal of Savonarola from Florence. But men not versed in details could not so clearly see the issue. Even the Florentine envoy at Rome wrote home that Savonarola was bound to obey the Pope, whose plan was not directed against himself, but was solely for the honour of God. The papal brief was issued on November 7th, 1496, ordering the priors and monks of the convents named to join the new congregation under penalty of excommunication. Savonarola did not disguise from himself the weight of the blow which had fallen upon him. "The children of my mother," he exclaimed, "have fought against me." He resolved to offer a resolute but moderate resistance. It would be unfair to say that he was moved thereto solely by personal considerations. Great as was his influence in Florence, much as he believed in his mission to the city, he was above all things true to his convent. He lived amongst his brethren. He fired them with his own zeal for righteousness. He cared for their souls. If the proposed change were made, his work in San Marco would be undone. His reforms would be swept away. his devoted band of brethren would be dispersed. For their sake, for God's sake, he felt it to be his duty to resist. His first steps showed his straightforwardness. He gathered together the parents of his monks, who were mostly members of noble families, and asked their opinion. They answered unanimously that they were opposed to the new scheme, and if it were carried out, would remove their sons. Then Savonarola gathered together his brethren, who, to the number of 250, set their hands to a letter to the Pope, in which they declared that they would suffer any hardship rather than consent to the proposed union. Here this matter rested for a time. The failure of Maximilian and his allies at Livorno was hailed by the Florentines as a great deliverance. The Republican party was strengthened, and Savonarola's influence in Florence was secure. But he felt that the plots against him were gradually producing an effect. Each attack might be repulsed, but it involved some loss. Savonarola was more and more driven to stand on the defensive, and a false step at any moment was sure to be fatal. He was more and more diligent in his work as a moral reformer, and found an enthusiastic helper in Fra Domenico da Pescia, to whom he especially committed the training of the young. The Carnival of 1497 was signalized by the Puritan efforts of Savonarola's boys. They went from door to door, asking for vanities, and gathered a huge pile of miscellaneous objects which the consciences of the people prompted them to give up. Immodest books, pictures, ornaments, frivolous articles of attire, whatever was thought to stand in the way of godliness, all was heaped up in the Piazza dei Signori and was solemnly burned. It was the most striking and the most dramatic testimony of Savonarola's influence over the luxurious and artistic Florentines. Meanwhile, Alexander was steadily pursuing his policy of detaching Florence from France. He appealed to the self-interest of the Florentines by offering on behalf of the Italian League to restore Pisa, provided the Florentines should show themselves good Italians by breaking their alliance with France and joining the League. The promise was fair, but the Florentines asked themselves how it was to be fulfilled. If they could not win back Pisa for themselves, they doubted if the Pope and the League could win it for them. The Florentine envoy in Rome, Bracci, was instructed to tell the Pope that Florence would not abandon its French alliance. He did so, adding that nevertheless the Florentines were excellent Italians, and that their alliance with France involved no obligation to injure in any way any Italian power. Alexander's answer was characteristic of his resoluteness and plain speaking. "Sir Secretary," he said, "you are as fat as we are, but you have come with a thin commission, and if you have nothing else to say, you may be gone. We see that your masters stand on their customary fair speeches and excuses. We tell you that if you do not wish our blessing, it shall be far from you. We shall be blameless before God and man if, after having done our duty as a good shepherd toward your city, you yourselves wish to be the cause of your own ill, which we tell you is closer than you think. You will find that since you do not choose to come to our side through good will, you will have to come of necessity, through force, and through means whereby we can make a great revolution in your affairs. We do not know whence springs this obstinacy of yours." He paused and went on in a still more angry voice. "We believe that it has its root in the prophecies of your chattering friar." Then he went on to complain that the government of Florence allowed Savonarola to speak evil of himself. The immediate result of the Pope's menace was an attempt by Piero de' Medici to surprise Florence. Piero was driven from its gates on April 28, 1497, and the Medician party in Florence was consequently discredited. The Arrabbiati gained political ascendancy, and the new magistrates were not so warmly in Savonarola's favour. This encouraged his opponents, who seized the opportunity of his next appearance to make a demonstration against him. He was to preach on Ascension Day, May 4th, and the previous night some young men managed to enter the Duomo and fill the pulpit with filth. The news of this outrage produced great excitement amongst Savonarola's congregation. Men listened with excited feelings, and when during the sermon the chest for receiving alms was pushed over and fell with a clang, there was a general uproar. A body of Savonarola's friends gathered round the pulpit and drew their swords. Savonarola in vain tried to quiet the disturbance. He knelt a while in silent prayer. Then he left the Duomo and was escorted home by a band of armed adherents. This scandalous scene caused much talk throughout Italy. The Florentine magistrates issued an order prohibiting friars of any order to preach without their permission, and the benches which had been erected in the Duomo for Savonarola's congregation were all removed. Though they hastened to inform the Pope what they had done, and at the same time spoke slightingly of the disturbance which had taken place, their apologies came too late. On May 13th, 1497, the Pope signed a brief excommunicating Savonarola on the grounds that he was suspected of preaching dangerous doctrines, that he had refused the Pope's summons to come to Rome and clear himself, had continued preaching in spite of the Pope's prohibitions, and refused to obey the Pope's orders to unite the convent of San Marco to a newly instituted congregation. Still, though the brief was signed, it was not published till June 18th. Alexander did not wish to quarrel with the Florentine people, but wished to strike Savonarola only. The brief was not addressed to the people and clergy of Florence, but briefs were sent to the several convents and were published by the brethren at their discretion. Savonarola replied by a letter addressed to all Christians, in which he argued that an unjust excommunication was invalid. He quoted Gerson as an authority for resisting a pope who misused his power. He quoted the decrees of Constance and Basel as to the limitation of excommunications. But the arguments of a letter sounded cold to those who had hung on the prophet's lips. There was nothing to kindle the enthusiasm of Savonarola's followers, and they mourned that they were deprived of the word of God. A reaction against Puritanism set in. The taverns were again filled with customers, and the games at the street corners were resumed. Savonarola's friends were put on the defensive. They were assailed with ridicule, and were driven to defend themselves by argument, in which they did not always get the best. Still, the magistrates of Florence strove to induce the Pope to withdraw his brief of excommunication. Alexander was much grieved by the death of his son, the Duke of Gandia, who was found murdered on June 15th. He spoke of reforming the Church and instituted a commission of 6 cardinals to whom he committed Savonarola's case. Savonarola wrote a letter of condolence to the Pope, in which he urged that zeal for the faith was the one consolation for sorrow. Alexander VI was not displeased at this frankness, but he soon recovered from his distress and returned to his political interests. Letters expressing confidence in Savonarola were sent to the Pope, one signed by all the brethren of San Marco, another signed by 370 of the chief citizens of Florence. On June 27th, Alexander told the Florentine envoy that the publication of the brief of excommunication was contrary to his wishes. But the zeal of Savonarola's friends stirred up a corresponding zeal on the part of his enemies, whose letters accusing Savonarola poured in upon the Pope, and Alexander took no steps to recall his excommunication. Savonarola remained quietly in his cell at San Marco, while Florence in the month of August was convulsed by a great strife. Evidence came to light which fixed the blame of the Medicean rising in April on 5 of the chief citizens of Florence, whose complicity had hitherto been unsuspected. There was great excitement and much discussion what was to be done. Ultimately, the The conspirators were put to death without the chance of appeal. The result of this firmness was the supremacy in Florence of Savonarola's friends, the Piagnoni. Savonarola himself took no part in this affair. He was engaged in publishing his great theological work, Il Trionfo della Croce. He had good hopes that the Pope would revoke his censure, and was content to wait quietly and allow the arguments of his friends to sink into the minds of the people. He did not wish to scandalize his weaker brethren, though he did not hope to justify himself to his opponents. He was prepared to maintain that the excommunication was issued on erroneous grounds, and that the Pope had overstepped the limits of justice, but he waited for a time before taking any definite action. At last Savonarola stood forward in opposition to the Pope's excommunication. On Christmas Day he celebrated the Mass in San Marco. The Florentine magistrates declared themselves on his side by going on the Epiphany to make offerings in San Marco, where they kissed Savonarola's hand as he stood by the high altar. He was invited to resume his preaching, and the seats were again erected in the Duomo. The vicar of the Archbishop of Florence attempted to prevent this, but the Signory threatened to declare him a rebel unless he withdrew his opposition. On February 11th, 1498, Savonarola again entered the pulpit and preached to an anxious crowd. Regarding the excommunication, he said, "God governs the world by secondary agents which are instruments in his hand. When the agent withdraws himself from God, he is no longer an instrument, he is a broken iron. But you will ask how I am to know when the agent fails. I answer, compare his commands with the root of all wisdom, that is, good living and charity. If they are contrary thereto, the instrument is a broken iron, and you are no longer bound to obey. Those who by false reports have sought my excommunication wish to do away with good living and good government, to open the door to every vice." Savonarola appealed from the Pope to the better informed conscience of his hearers. He explained his position more fully to the envoy of the Duke of Ferrara, to whom he said, "I could not take my commission to preach from the Signory, nor even from the Pope, seeing that he continues in his present manner of life. I await my commission from one superior to the Pope and to every other creature." When the envoy represented the possible scandal that might arise, Savonarola answered, "If I knew that the excommunication was justified, I would have respected it. Moreover, I am more than certain that my preaching will cause no scandal nor disorder in the city." End of section 26. Section 27 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 8, Alexander VI and Fra Girolamo Savonarola, 1495 to 1498, Part 3. Savonarola overestimated the weight attaching to good intentions when they lead to a course opposed to recognized order. Many, says one of his Florentine followers, refused to go to his preaching for fear of the excommunication, saying, "Just or unjust, it is to be feared." I myself was one of those who did not go. Footnote, Luca Landucci, Diario, 162, back to main text. Men of this cautious turn of mind did not make their voices heard, but their attitude was dangerous. Savonarola listened only to the eager disciples who crowded round him, saying, "When will you preach again? We are dying of hunger." He satisfied their desires. His sermons followed thick and fast during the month of February 1498. In the Carnival on February 27th, Savonarola said Mass in San Marco, and with his own hand communicated all the brethren of the convent and several thousands of men and women. Then he advanced to a pulpit outside the church, bearing in his hand the consecrated host, and adjured God to strike him dead if he had spoken anything false, if he deserved the excommunication. Popular excitement ran high, and many expected to see signs and wonders. There was another burning of vanities in the piazza. His opponents mocked and said, "He is excommunicated himself and communicates others." Sober citizens who believed in his commission thought that he was making a mistake, and abstained from showing themselves on his side. Savonarola's first sermon was circulated throughout Italy and produced much comment. Alexander could scarcely enjoy being called a broken iron, but he was not a man to attach importance to hasty words. He showed no resentment against Savonarola, and listened to the Florentine envoys who pleaded in his favour. He was anxious only for the success of his political plans, and on February 22nd again pressed the envoys to know if Florence would lay aside its alliance with France. When they held out no hopes, he rose in anger and left the room. At the door he paused and said, "Go on and set Fra Girolamo to preach. I could never have believed that you would have treated me thus." In vain the envoys tried to calm him. On February 25th he threatened to lay Florence under an interdict. Next day he issued two briefs, one to the canons of the Duomo, ordering them to prevent Savonarola from preaching in their church, the other to the Signori, bidding them send Savonarola to Rome. Still he showed himself placable to the Florentine envoys. He was still ready to work for the restoration of Pisa if Florence would join the League. If Savonarola would cease from preaching, he was willing to absolve him. On March 1st he assembled the ambassadors of the League and proposed to them the restitution of Pisa to Florence. All agreed except the Venetian envoy, who expressed distrust of Florence and tried to irritate the Pope against her by quoting Savonarola's sermons and exaggerating their expressions against the Pope. Alexander answered with calmness, exhorting the Venetians to agree to a step which was for the common good of Italy. He himself would not allow any private injury to stand in the way of that end. But Alexander was now resolved to reduce Savonarola to silence. He commissioned Savonarola's old enemy, Fra Mariano da Genezzano, to preach against his doctrines at Rome. Fra Mariano lost himself in unworthy and scurrilous abuse to the disgust of his audience. Yet the Florentine ambassador regarded his sermon as an ominous sign of the Pope's displeasure. Piero de' Medici was frequently seen at the Vatican, and the Pope showed him manifest signs of his favour. The Florentine merchants in Rome were threatened with the withdrawal of the Pope's protection and the confiscation of their goods. They petitioned the Florentine magistrates to act in their behalf. The scheme for the restoration of Pisa was held before the Florentine envoy, and the Pope declared that he would no longer favour Florence unless Savonarola were silenced. The envoy wrote anxious letters home. The majority of the magistrates who had come into office did not belong to Savonarola's party, but they would not at once abandon him. They wrote on March 3rd a dignified defence of his wonderful influence as a moral reformer, and said that they could not obey the Pope's commands without causing serious disturbances in Florence. When this letter was laid before the Pope, he expressed his surprise. "No attention has been paid to my brief. If Savonarola is not stayed from preaching, I will lay Florence under an interdict. I do not condemn him for his good teaching, but because he preaches though excommunicated and does not seek absolution." He looked at the letter of the magistrates and declared that he recognized it as composed by Savonarola. The Pope knew that the Florentine magistrates were beginning to give way. On March 9th he issued another brief, which was written with great moderation. He could not suffer an excommunicated man to continue preaching, and he ordered the magistrates to prevent him. As regards Fra Girolamo, he continued, we only demand that he should repent and come to us. We will receive him readily, and after restoring him to the Church by our absolution, we will send him back to save souls in your city by preaching the word of God. Savonarola's answer to the brief was that he could not free himself from embarrassment by trampling on his conscience. He was certain that his teaching came from God. The Florentine magistrates on March 14th summoned a council to deliberate. There were various opinions, but the majority was in favor of suspending Savonarola from preaching. Still the magistrates held their hands, and on March 17th again summoned some of the chief citizens to give their advice. The general conclusion was to persuade Savonarola to abstain from preaching, but to answer that the other demands of the Pope were unworthy of the city. On March 18th, Savonarola preached his last sermon and took farewell of his congregation. For his own part, he said, he was glad to be relieved of the labour of preaching. He was glad to betake himself to study. He would carry on by his prayers the work which he had begun by his sermons. God would send another to take his place. The letters of the Florentine magistrates telling of this resolution did not reach Rome till March 22nd. Alexander was angry at this long delay and uttered many threats to the Florentine envoy, who was relieved to have some answer to carry to the Pope. The answer fell far short of what Alexander VI desired. Savonarola was not commanded, but only persuaded to abstain from preaching. He was not sent to Rome to ask for absolution. Moreover, the Pope had addressed a brief to the Florentine magistrates. He received no direct answer from them, but only a communication through their envoy. However, Alexander received the answer in good part. He said, "If Fra Girolamo will obey for a time and then ask for absolution, I will willingly give it him and give him liberty to preach. I do not condemn his doctrine, but only his preaching without absolution, his evil speaking of us, and his despite of our censures. If we endured such things, there would be an end of the apostolic authority." But though Alexander spoke fairly, he was resolved to act resolutely. He was angered at hearing that though Savonarola's voice was silenced, his followers, chief of whom was Fra Domenico de Pescia, continued fervently to deliver their master's messages to the Florentine people. On March 31st, he told the Florentine envoy that he proposed sending a prelate to Florence to demand that Savonarola should come to Rome and make his submission. The envoy saw in this a change from the Pope's previous attitude of indifference, and Alexander VI had motives concerned with weightier matters than the political combinations of Italy to urge him to deprive Savonarola of the power of attack. Alexander had many enemies who were ready to use against him any weapon that could be found. Cardinal Rovere had urged Charles VIII to summon a council and inquire into the simoniacal election of the Pope. Charles had shrunk from a task of such magnitude, from which he had little to gain, and for which his own character rendered him unfit. But in the end of 1497 a change came over Charles. The death of his infant son had given him a shock, and he began to think more seriously of his duties. He laid before the Sorbonne a series of questions. Were the decrees of Constance for the summoning of future councils binding on the Pope? If the Pope did not summon a council, could the scattered members of the Church gather together of themselves? If other princes refused, could the King of France call together a council for the good of the Church? The Sorbonne replied in the affirmative to all these questions. It was natural for Alexander to dread this possible revival of the councillor spirit. He knew how Charles had been impressed by Savonarola. He knew that Savonarola's prophetic claims, his moral earnestness, and his wonderful influence at Florence made him an important personage. Savonarola had spoken boldly of the need of reform in the head of the Church and of the corruptions of the Roman Curia. In a general council he would prove a dangerous adversary. Alexander had been willing to try and win him over. When once he had broken with him, it was necessary to reduce him to silence. There is no reason to think that he wished for more than Savonarola's submission, but that he must have. Savonarola had called him a broken iron, had rejected his excommunication as unjust, and when driven to extremities had approached the subject of a council. On March 9th he said in his sermon, "Tell me, Florence, what is a council? Men have forgotten, but how comes it that your sons know nothing of it, and there is no council now?" You answer, "Father, it cannot be gathered together." This is perhaps true. A council is the Church, all good prelates, abbots, and scholars. But there is no Church without the grace of the Holy Spirit. And where is that to be found? Perhaps only in some obscure good man. And for this reason you may say that there can be no council. A council would have to make its own reformers. It would have to punish all the evil clergy, and perhaps there would be none left who were not deposed. This is why it is hard to summon a council. Pray the Lord that it may one day be possible. On the arrival of the Pope's last brief, Savonarola wrote a dignified letter with his own hand to Alexander. He said that he had labored for the salvation of souls and the restoration of Christian discipline. He had been assailed by many foes, and had hoped for help and comfort from the Pope. But the Pope had joined his enemies. He could only submit himself patiently to God, who sometimes chose the weak things of this world to confound the mighty. "May your holiness," he ended, "make haste to provide for your own salvation." After this, there could only be avowed hostility between the Pope and the ardent apostle of righteousness. Savonarola knew that many of the cardinals were in favor of summoning a council. He employed several of his friends in Florence, who had relatives amongst the Florentine envoys at foreign courts, to submit to them a memorandum on the motives for summoning a general council. This was sent to the emperor and the kings of France, Spain, England, and Hungary. Meanwhile, Savonarola in his cell was preparing letters which would carry the matter further. Savonarola had been driven into a position where he was likely to create a movement in the ecclesiastical politics of Europe. His weakness was that he was too closely identified with the particular politics of Florence. He had begun as a moral reformer in the great centre of the life of Italy. He had aimed at regenerating Florence, so that it should be a city set on a hill whose light would spread far and wide. He had interpreted its political events as warnings from on high, and had led it to adopt a political attitude which seemed to him to have the sanction of God. This political attitude of Florence had many political opponents. When they could not move Savonarola as a politician, they attacked him as a prophet. With some difficulty they brought against him the authority of the head of the Church, and forced him into collision with the ecclesiastical system. Savonarola set to work to enlist on his side the longings of the nations of Europe for ecclesiastical reform. Till this could be done, he rested on the approval of his own conscience, on his individual sense of divine guidance. His followers believed in him on the ground of his own assertions. His enemies hastened to take advantage of his isolation, and challenged him to bring to some clear and palpable test his claims to a divine mission. Savonarola in his later sermons had expressed his inmost feelings of profound trust in God. Like the Hebrew psalmist, he saw God on the side of the just. He perceived the nothingness of the wicked. He believed that when troubles pressed most near, the hour of God's deliverance was close at hand. Now that he was put to silence, his enemies gathered round him and cried, "There, there, so would we have it." The deadly struggle of the world against the righteous man raged round Savonarola, and made him a hero of the eternal tragedy of the human soul. The dealings of the Florentine magistrates with the Pope, the consultations of the citizens, the political intrigues, the flying rumours, had awakened a feverish excitement in the city. When Savonarola's voice was silenced, the voices of smaller men began to be heard. The enemies of Savonarola had always been well represented in the pulpit. The Franciscans of Santa Croce had seen with jealousy the growing importance of the Dominicans of San Marco. The Franciscan preachers had always been ready to point out the errors of Savonarola's teaching, but hitherto their eloquence had met with little attention. There was no case to be made against Savonarola, nothing that could be offered as an equivalent to the interest attaching to his bold and fervent treatment of religious and social questions. But the papal excommunication and Savonarola's refusal to heed it opened out a fertile field for polemics. Savonarola's conduct might be justifiable, but it was certainly revolutionary. Many men were undecided and wished to hear both sides before making up their minds. The Franciscans had little to say that men cared to hear, so long as they attacked in Savonarola the moral reformer, the political regenerator of Florence. But now a controversy concerning the meaning and limits of the power of excommunication was one in which every Florentine was willing to take a part. Hence came the importance of silencing Savonarola. So long as the stream of his impassioned eloquence continued, he could confirm the waverers, and his adversaries were little heeded. When Savonarola's voice was no longer heard, his opponents redoubled their attacks, and the pulpit of Santa Croce rang with denunciations of the false prophet, the heretic, the excommunicated monk. End of section 27. Section 28 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 8, Alexander VI and Fra Girolamo Savonarola, 1495 to 1498, Part 4. Savonarola's friends waxed equally warm in his defence. Fra Domenico da Pescia was his chief champion, and on March 27th, 1498, in an impassioned sermon, declared his readiness to enter into the fire to prove his belief in the truth of Savonarola's teaching. Next day he repeated his offer, and declared that many others of the brethren of San Marco were ready to do likewise. Turning to his congregation, he added, "Yes, and many of you would do so too." Many women rose in their excitement and cried, "I too am ready." The Franciscan preacher Francesco da Puglia at once took up the challenge. "I believe," he said, "that I shall be burned, but I am ready to die to free this people. If Savonarola does not burn, you may believe him to be a true prophet." He set aside the offer of Fra Domenico and matched himself only with Savonarola. In the prevailing excitement, the rhetoric of two contending preachers was seized upon by Savonarola's foes. The Campagnacci, at a supper in the Pitti Palace, resolved to use the opportunity. Their leader, Dolfo Spini, assured the Franciscans that they had nothing to fear. The trial would be prevented, and Savonarola would be ruined. He found it easy to stir up the populace to wild excitement about the proposal. He enlisted the magistrates on his side by showing them that it afforded a safe way out of their difficulties. The trial by fire was a remnant of the old judicial system of the ordeal, a system which had been discountenanced by the Church and had fallen out of use. But its memory still lingered in men's minds, and it seemed to them to apply to the exceptional case before them. Formal documents were drawn up and signed by the champions on either side. Savonarola refused to submit himself to the test. He had not challenged it. But if his champion failed, the consequences would fall upon him. He told his friends that he was sure that God was on his side and would work wonders for him, but he would do so in his own good time. He would not tempt God. The signs which he had already wrought by the results of his preaching were enough to convince those who were open to conviction. When the news of the proposal reached Rome, Alexander expressed his disapproval. The revival of the ordeal was against the laws of the Church. Moreover, the intention to submit directly to the judgment of God, a case which had been called before the Pope's tribunal, was in itself a denial of the Pope's spiritual authority. Alexander protested against the ordeal to the Florentine envoy, but he did not send to Florence a formal prohibition. The envoy assured him that there was no means of stopping the trial by fire, save by removing the excommunication of Savonarola. This Alexander refused to do, and left things to take their course. On the morning of Saturday, April 7th, the people of Florence thronged with eagerness to the Piazza dei Signori, where a platform 60 yards long and 10 yards broad was erected and piled at either side with logs smeared with oil and pitch. At San Marco, Savonarola addressed his friends. Miracles, he said, were useless where reason could suffice. He went to the trial with a clear conscience, because he had been provoked and could not shrink back without betraying his cause. He committed himself to the hands of God and besought his friends to stay and pray for him. The brethren of the convent, walking in procession 2 by 2, advanced to the piazza. Fra Domenico was vested in a chasuble, and by his side went Savonarola in a white cope, bearing in his hand the consecrated host. As they went, they sang the processional psalm, "Let God arise and let his enemies be scattered," and the vast throng that followed joined in the strains. They entered the piazza and took up their position in the Loggia de Lanza, of which half were assigned to them and half to the Franciscans. Fra Domenico was ready, but the Franciscan champion was in the palazzo. Presently a message was brought demanding that Fra Domenico should lay aside his chasuble on the ground that it had been enchanted by Savonarola, to whom his enemies wished to ascribe magical arts. Fra Domenico at once assented. Then came a second demand, that he should change his other clothes for a similar reason. Again he agreed, saying that he was ready to wear the dress of any of his brethren. He retired into the palazzo to change his garments, and when he returned was carefully kept from the neighbourhood of Savonarola, lest he should be enchanted afresh. The crowd meanwhile were weary of waiting. They had stood since the early morning and were fasting. A tumult arose, and a band of Compagnacci who had been waiting their opportunity made a rush for the loggia. They were repulsed by the readiness of one of Savonarola's friends, who drew a line upon the ground and dared them to cross it. When order was restored, a heavy thunderstorm burst over the city, and the torrents of rain gave a new pretext for delay. At last the storm was over, and preparations were again begun. The Franciscans asked Fra Domenico to lay aside the crucifix which he held in his hand. He did so, and took in its stead the consecrated host. To this the Franciscans raised great objections. Would he dare to expose the host to fire? This time Savonarola stood firm. His adversaries had done their utmost to show that if he succeeded in the trial it was due to magic. He claimed to be allowed to have God's presence in the sacrament as a sign that God, and God only, was his defence. He answered the objection to the possible desecration of the host by saying that in any case only the accidents and not the substance of the sacrament would be destroyed. The theological discussion occupied much time. At last the magistrates sent a message that the trial would not take place that day. The two bodies of monks retired to their convents. The crowd angrily dispersed from the piazza, and the Compagnacci used their opportunity of turning against Savonarola the popular disappointment. The bystanders had not understood what passed. Some of them had come to see a sight, and had been disappointed. Many had come expecting to see the prophet give a clear sign of his divine mission. He had spoken of signs and wonders. He had foretold the purposes of God. His followers had gone readily to the trial. The Franciscans, on the other hand, had claimed no divine mission. They had from the first declared that they expected to be burned, and were content to be burned for the sake of unmasking an impostor. It was not for them to show a sign. It was for Savonarola. In the eyes of the people he had failed, and they lost all faith in their prophet. Disappointment led to bitterness and a keen sense of deception. The Compagnacci were well organized, and resolved to take advantage of this change of the popular feeling. Next day, Palm Sunday, a body of Compagnacci raised a crowd which rushed to San Marco, killed such of Savonarola's followers as they met, and stormed the convent with fire and sword. For a time the brethren offered a stubborn resistance, till the magistrates sent a body of men to arrest Savonarola, Fra Domenico, and Fra Silvestro, who were led to the palazzo amid the shouts of the angry crowd, who heaped upon them every indignity and insult. When the news of these events reached Rome, Alexander VI was delighted. He had been long suffering towards Savonarola at first, but when once he declared against him, he was resolved upon his humiliation. He had protested against the trial by fire. He could scarcely do otherwise, but when it ended in Savonarola's fall, he was quite satisfied. He wrote to the Franciscans and praised their holy zeal, which he would ever hold in grateful memory. He wrote to Fra Francesco da Puglia and incited him to persevere in this good and pious work till the evil were entirely destroyed. He wrote to the Florentine magistrates and praised their actions. He absolved the city from all censures which had been incurred through any irregularities committed in the late tumults. The Florentine magistrates used the opportunity of the Pope's graciousness to ask for a grant of 1/10 of ecclesiastical revenues, as their exchequer sorely needed replenishing. Alexander VI replied by a request that Savonarola should be handed over to him for trial. Though the magistrates did not agree to this request, they were anxious in their conduct of the trial to gratify the Pope to the utmost. The miserable story of Savonarola's trial may be briefly told. A commission of 17 members were appointed to examine him. They put to the torture the nervous, sensitive monk, already worn out by asceticism and toil. They questioned him and reduced his incoherent answers to such shape as they pleased. When this did not seem enough to ruin his character, they falsified the deposition, and when he heard it read in silence, extorted his signature and announced that he had confessed to being a deceiver of the people. Everything was carefully arranged to ruin him in popular estimation. It was the weakness of Savonarola's career that his efforts sprang too exclusively from a belief in his own individual mission. When his followers saw their prophet in the hands of his enemies, they had not the courage to stand alone. The so-called confession of Savonarola sufficed for the time to dispel their faith. He confessed, says one of them, that he was not a prophet, and had not from God the things that he preached. He confessed that many things which happened during the course of his preaching were contrary to what he had represented. When I heard this confession read, I stood in stupor and amazement. My soul was grieved to see so grand an edifice fall to the ground, because it was built on the sorry foundation of a lie. I was waiting to see Florence and New Jerusalem, whence would go forth the laws and example of a good life. I was waiting for the renewal of the Church, the conversion of unbelievers, the consolation of the just. I felt that it was all the contrary, and could only heal my woe by the cry, Lord, in thy hands are all things. Footnote. Luca Landucci, Diario, 173. Back to main text. This sense of profound discouragement amongst Savonarola's followers was the result of the skilful way in which Savonarola's enemies had placed the issue before them. Savonarola, they said, is a prophet with a special mission from God. We do not profess to be prophets. We know that the fire will burn us, but we are willing to be burned if he burns too. We are willing to do anything that may convince you that your prophet is no true prophet and has no special mission. Savonarola's entire position was made to depend exclusively on his prophetic claims. Amongst these claims was put, by the suggestion of his enemies and the excited feelings of his friends, the claim of working wonders, which Savonarola himself had always repudiated. His entire faith in God's providence led him to face the trial so skilfully proposed. When he was found to be merely a man, like other men, his followers for the moment felt that they had been deceived. They did not stop to ask whether the deception was due to their own enthusiasm or to their master's assertions. Perplexed and disheartened, Savonarola's party melted away. Even the brethren of San Marco deserted their great leader, and wrote to the Pope begging his forgiveness. They pleaded that in their simplicity they had been beguiled by the commanding intellect and pretended sanctity of Savonarola. Let it suffice your holiness to punish the head and front of this offence. We, like sheep who have gone astray, return to the true shepherd. No abasement could be more complete. The fate of Savonarola was the subject of much negotiation between the Pope and the Florentine magistrates. The Pope wished that he should be delivered to him for punishment. The Florentines urged that such a course was injurious to the dignity of their city. At last, Alexander VI agreed to send 2 commissaries to Florence, who were to judge the spiritual offences of Savonarola, while he left the Florentines to judge his offences against the city. At the same time he granted them his permission to impose a tax of 3/10 upon ecclesiastical revenues. 3 times 10 makes 30, said some of those who still remained true to Savonarola. Our master is sold for 30 pieces, like the Saviour. Footnote. Luca Landucci, Diario, 175. On May 19th, the papal commissioners arrived in Florence. They were Gioacchino Toriano, general of the Dominicans, and Francesco Remolino, bishop of Ilerda. Concerning Remolino, we have the testimony of Cesare Borgia, that he had no mind for ecclesiastical affairs, but that the qualifications of the commissaries was not an important matter, as they made no secret that they had come to condemn Savonarola, not to judge him. Again Savonarola was put to the torture to see if any further information could be obtained about his plan of summoning a general council. The commissaries were anxious to find out if he had any confederates amongst the cardinals, but they discovered nothing. On May 22nd, they declared him and his 2 companions guilty of heresy and gave sentence against them. Then they were condemned to death by the magistrates, and Savonarola, as a last favour, was allowed to see his 2 friends and gave them his benediction. On the morning of May 23rd, 1498, they met to receive the viaticum, and Savonarola was permitted to communicate with his own hands. He knelt and professed his faith, asked pardon for his sins, and committed himself to God. The scaffold had been erected in the Piazza dei Signori. The gibbet on its projecting arm bore 3 nooses and 3 chains, while underneath was a pile of wood to burn the bodies. When first the gibbet was erected, it looked like a cross, and the Piagnoni murmured, "They are going to crucify him like his master." One arm was sawn away to destroy the comparison. The condemned descended the steps of the palazzo and were led to a tribunal where sat the bishop who had been commissioned by the Pope to degrade them from their ecclesiastical rank. They were stripped of their vestments, their tonsures and their hands were scraped. The bishop took Savonarola by the hand, and in the confusion of the moment made an error in the words of degradation. "I separate you," he said, "from the church militant and triumphant." "Militant, not triumphant," Savonarola corrected him. "That is not in your power." "Amen," said the bishop. "May God lead you there." Then they passed to the next tribunal, where the papal commissioners read the sentence which condemned them as heretics, schismatics, and despisers of the Holy See. Remolino said, "His Holiness is pleased to deliver you from the pains of purgatory by granting you a plenary indulgence. Do you accept it?" They bowed their heads in token of assent. Next they were handed over to the civil power, and were led to the last tribunal, where sat the magistrates who condemned them to be hanged and their bodies burned. They moved onwards to the scaffold in silent prayer. Savonarola had enjoined on his companions that they should say nothing. He did not wish to justify himself in the eyes of men, or say anything which might cause a tumult. When a friend murmured words of comfort, Savonarola gently answered, "God only can console men at their last hour." Fra Silvestro was the first to suffer, exclaiming, "Lord, into thy hands I commend my spirit." Then Fra Domenico, with a face of joy, seemed not so much to go to death as to a festival. Last of all, Savonarola cast his eyes for a moment over the assembled crowd, who still held their breath in suspense, hoping for some miracle. His lips moved, but nothing was audible. Then a suppressed murmur ran through the crowd as they saw his body hanging in the air. The corpses were hung in chains, and the pile below was fired. The ashes were gathered and were thrown into the Arno. Yet faithful souls scraped together some precious relics of the charred fragments, and 3 days afterwards women so far forgot their fear as to kneel in passionate devotion on the spot where their great teacher had been burned. In spite of persecution, there were many who loved Savonarola, because they knew what he had done for their souls. His books were eagerly read, biographies of him were written, his defence was passionately undertaken. The place of his execution was crowned with flowers on the anniversary of his death. The last days of Savonarola's life in prison were spent in writing a meditation on the 51st Psalm. This, together with his other devotional writings, enjoyed a wide popularity and went through many editions. It fell into the hands of Luther, who republished it in 1523, with a preface in which he claimed Savonarola as one of his predecessors in setting forth the doctrine of justification by faith only. He writes in his usual trenchant style, "Though the feet of this holy man are still soiled by theological mud, he nevertheless upheld justification by faith only without works, and therefore he was burned by the Pope. But he lives in blessedness, and Christ canonizes him by our means, even though Pope and Papists burst with rage." It is not worth while to examine the grounds of Luther's statement. Savonarola's words are full of ardent faith in Christ, but Luther's position was far from his mind. He taught nothing which was opposed to the accepted doctrines of the Church. He never denied the papal headship, and he received submissively the plenary indulgence which Alexander VI granted him before his death. Savonarola was a great moral reformer, who was driven at the last to take up the position of an ecclesiastical reformer also. But he followed the lines of Gerson and Ailly, and wished to take up the work which the Council of Constance had failed to accomplish. His conception of moral reform led him into politics, and his political position brought him into collision with the papacy. Rather than abandon his work, he was prepared to face a conflict with the papacy. But his enemies were too numerous and too watchful, and he fell before their combined force. Savonarola's fate is a type of the dangers which beset a noble soul drawn by its Christian zeal into conflict with the world. More and more he was driven to fight the Lord's battle with carnal weapons, till the prophet and the statesman became inextricably entangled, and the message of the new life was interwoven with the political attitude of the Florentine Republic. Little by little he was driven into the open sea, till his frail bark was swallowed by the tempest. He encouraged Florence to adhere to an untenable position, till all who wished to bring Florence into union with Italian aspirations were driven to conspire for his downfall. This great tragic interest of the lofty soul, overborne in its struggle against the world, has made Savonarola a favourite character for biography, romance, and devotional literature. But the historical importance of Savonarola goes deeper than the greatness of his personal character or his political importance. Savonarola made a last attempt to bring the new learning into harmony with the Christian life. He strove to inspire the Florence of Lorenzo, Ficino, and Pico with the consciousness of a great spiritual mission to the world. He aimed at setting up a commonwealth of which Christ was the only king. Animated by the zeal of a reformed church, the state was to guide men's aspirations towards a regenerate life. The individual force and passion of Savonarola was the offspring of the Renaissance, but it had to force its way to expression through the fetters of scholasticism. Savonarola's sermons present a strange contrast of the forcible utterance of personal feeling with the trivialities of an artificial method of exposition. He palpitates with a desire to reconcile conflicting tendencies and enter into a larger world. He falls back upon the mysterious utterances of prophecy to point men's eyes to a larger future than he was able to define. His words are now vague to our ears. His political plans are seen to be dreams, his prophetic claims a delusion. But his character lives and is powerful as of one who strove to restore the harmony of man's distracted life. It is unjust to represent Alexander as the chief author of Savonarola's ruin, but he gave his sanction at the last to the schemes of Savonarola's foes. It is needless to discuss the technical points at issue between Savonarola and the Pope. It is enough that the papal policy in Italy demanded the destruction of a noble effort to make Christianity the animating principle of life. Even a pope so purely secular as Alexander is said in later years to have regretted Savonarola's death. Julius II ordered Raffaele to place him amongst the doctors of the Church in his great fresco of the Disputa, and his claims to canonization were more than once discussed. The Church silently grieved over his loss when he was gone, when political difficulties had passed away, and the memory of the fervent preacher of righteousness alone remained. End of section 28. Section 29 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 9, Alexander VI and the Papal States, 1495 to 1499, Part 1. In following the fate of Savonarola, we have seen the resoluteness with which Alexander pursued one great object of his policy, the union of Italy to resist French intervention. A second object which employed his care was the reduction of the Roman barons, so as to secure the peace of the Papal States. Alexander had felt his helplessness before the advance of Charles, and had learned how many enemies he had to face at his own doors. The feeble rule of Innocent VIII had reversed the resolute measures of Sixtus IV. Ostia was held against the Pope. The Orsini castles threatened him on every side. Rome itself was a scene of constant feuds, and brawls and assassinations were common in its streets. The first measure of Alexander was to strengthen the fortifications of the castle of Sant'Angelo and connect it more readily with the Vatican. He first gave it the appearance of a medieval castle, with walls, towers, and ditches of defence. He caused the houses which had clustered round it to be pulled down, and laid out the street now called the Borgo Nuovo, which leads from it to the Vatican. These works, which took some years to complete, were begun in 1495, and were a heavy drain on the papal treasury. He next proceeded to strengthen himself in the College of Cardinals, where he had many enemies and where he encountered much opposition to his plans. On February 19th, 1496, he announced the creation of 4 new cardinals, all Spaniards, and one his nephew, Giovanni Borgia. As this raised the number of Spanish cardinals to 9, much discontent was expressed, and many efforts were made to induce the Pope to create some Italian cardinals. The Marquis of Mantua offered 16,000 ducats to have the dignity conferred upon his brother, but Alexander steadily refused. He had seen the dangers to which the Papacy was exposed from the introduction of the political jealousies of Italy into its councils. It was enough that the Sforza and the Medici were already powerful in Rome, and that Cardinal Rovere led a political party of his own. Alexander VI was ready to meet his enemies with their own weapons. He was resolved to form a strong party which had no connection with Italian politics, and he was willing to face the unpopularity of pursuing an independent line of action. The downfall of the French power in Naples afforded Alexander an opportunity of striking a blow at the Roman barons who had sided with the French king. Ferrante II was aided in expelling the French by the troops of Spain under the leadership of the great general Gonsalvo de Cordoba. Gonsalvo's military skill and the awakened patriotism of the Neapolitans rapidly prevailed against the French, who received no reinforcements from home. In August 1496, their last stronghold, Atella, capitulated. Its garrison undertook to depart from the kingdom, and a general amnesty was declared. Amongst those included in this capitulation was Virginio, the head of the Orsini house, who would fain have embarked with the French, but Ferrante, at the Pope's request, kept him as prisoner. Alexander had prepared measures against the Orsini. On June 1st, he declared them rebels against the Church and confiscated their goods. He summoned to his aid Guidobaldo, Duke of Urbino, proclaiming the young Duke of Gandia Gonfaloniere of the Church, and appointed the Cardinal of Linate as his legate for the war. On October 26th, the Pope blessed the standard which he handed to his son, and next day the papal armies set out from Rome. At first the papal arms were successful, and 10 castles of the Orsini were captured within a month. But a determined resistance was offered by Bracciano, which was strong in its position on the lake. Bartolomea Orsini, Virginio's sister, showed masculine daring in baffling the besiegers, who suffered from exposure to the winter weather. Moreover, she amused herself at their expense. One day a donkey was driven out of the castle bearing a placard, "Let me pass, for I go as ambassador to the Duke of Gandia." Underneath its tail was fastened a letter full of bitter mockery. The siege of Bracciano was raised in January, as the troops of the Orsini threatened Rome. At last, on January 23rd, 1497, a battle was fought by Soriano, in which the Orsini were completely victorious. The Duke of Urbino was taken prisoner. The Duke of Gandia was wounded in the face. He and Cardinal Lanate with difficulty escaped to Rome. The position of Alexander was now precarious. The troops of the Orsini laid waste the Campagna and cut off supplies from the city. Ostia, which commanded the approach by sea, was garrisoned by French troops. Alexander turned for help to Gonsalvo de Cordova, who was sitting idly in Naples. But the Venetian envoys urged upon him the need of peace with the Orsini, and on February 5th an agreement was made. Anguillara and Cervetri were given up to the Pope, and the Orsini were to retain the rest of their possessions on paying 50,000 ducats. Those who were in prison at Naples were to be released. But this stipulation did not affect Virginio, who had died in prison a few weeks before. The Pope paid no heed to his captive ally, the Duke of Urbino, who was left to negotiate his own ransom. The Pope was shameless enough to leave the Orsini a victim, from whom they might extort the money which they were to pay to him. The Duke of Urbino was childless, and Alexander already coveted his domains for one of his own sons. Alexander's first attempt at recovering the Papal States had not been successful. He hoped for better things from his next enterprise. On February 19th, Gonsalvo de Cordova came to Rome and undertook the reduction of Ostia, which was bravely defended by a Biscayan corsair, Menaldo de Guerra. Gonsalvo took with him 600 Spanish horse and 1,000 foot, so badly armed and equipped that the Italians laughed at their poor appearance. Gonsalvo answered, "They are so naked that the enemy has nothing to gain from them." Ostia capitulated, and on March 15th Gonsalvo was welcomed with a revival of the old Roman triumph. Before him rode Menaldo in chains. He himself was escorted by the Duke of Gandia and the Pope's son-in-law, Giovanni of Pesaro. The procession swept along to the Vatican, where Alexander received them seated on his throne. Menaldo threw himself before the Pope and asked for pardon. Alexander made no answer, but presently turning to Gonsalvo, left the fate of the captive in his hands. Gonsalvo was generous and gave him his liberty. Alexander went the next day to Ostia to settle the affairs of his new possession. He bestowed on Gonsalvo every mark of his gratitude, but the haughty Spaniard refused on Palm Sunday to receive a palm from the Pope's hand, because it was offered to him after the Duke of Gandia. The Romans, so soon as the fear of their foes at Ostia was removed, looked with displeasure on the Spanish Pope with his Spanish army, and the solemnities of Holy Week were marred by riots between the Spanish soldiers and the people, who even threatened to stone the Pope as he went in procession through the streets. Gonsalvo did not care to stay long in the ungrateful city, and went back to Naples at the end of March. The Neapolitan restoration and the capture of Ostia restored Alexander to power, and he was resolved to assert it. The cardinals of the French party, Colonna and Savelli, returned to Rome. Orsini no longer dared to oppose the Pope. Rovere preferred exile to submission. The Cardinal of Gurk was ordered to return to Rome or confine himself to his diocese of Foligno. He stayed at Foligno, protesting to the Florentine ambassador that he was not bound to follow the Pope to do evil. "When I think," he said, "on the life of the Pope and some of the cardinals, I have a horror of the court of Rome, and have no wish to return till God reforms his church." A bystander might indeed be pardoned for feeling some doubts about the Pope's intentions. The incidents of the life of his family gave rise to much scandal, and it was quite clear that the Pope was not careful of his own reputation or of the reputation of his office. In Holy Week men's tongues were set wagging by the sudden flight from Rome of Giovanni Sforza, Lord of Pesaro, Lucrezia Borgia's husband. He went on the pretext of performing his religious duties to the church of San Onofrio outside the Porta Romana. There a swift horse was ready for him. He mounted and rode in haste to Pesaro, leaving his wife at Rome. The reason for this strange departure was not at first known. Presently it appeared that there was a question of Giovanni's divorce from Lucrezia on the ground of impotence. Giovanni resisted the Pope's proposals that he should consent to a divorce, and judged it wise to leave Rome before the pressure became irresistible. He was a weak man, and had not been of much use to the Pope's policy. Alexander was desirous of a more influential son-in-law. Giovanni Sforza gave out that he was in fear of his life, and trembled before the threats of Cardinal Cesare. What was Lucrezia's attitude toward her husband we do not know. In the beginning of June she retired from Rome to the convent of San Sisto, preferring to remain in quiet till the matter was settled. Meanwhile Alexander pursued his policy of aggrandizing his sons. Ferrante II of Naples died childless, and was succeeded by his uncle Federigo, Prince of Altamura. The Pope used the opportunity afforded by the demand for his coronation to revive some old claims of the Papacy. He erected Benevento into a duchy, comprising also Terracina and Pontecorvo, and conferred the duchy on the Duke of Gandia. None of the cardinals dared to oppose him save Cardinal Piccolomini, whose remonstrances were seconded by the Spanish ambassador. Even the opposition of all the cardinals did not prevent the Pope from nominating his son Cesare as legate for the coronation. He resolutely sought the advancement of his children, and held everything else as secondary to that object. The Pope's schemes were doomed to a terrible disappointment, and Rome was suddenly startled by the news of the death of the Duke of Gandia by a mysterious murder. On the evening of June 14th he had gone to sup with his mother Vannozza in her house by the church of San Pietro in Vincoli. There was a large party, amongst whom were the Cardinals Cesare and Giovanni Borgia. It was night when the Duke of Gandia and Cesare mounted their horses, accompanied by a small retinue. When they arrived at the Palazzo Cesarini, where Cardinal Ascanio Sforza lived, the Duke of Gandia took leave of his brother, saying that he had some private business to transact. He dismissed all his attendants save one, and followed a masked figure, who had for the last month frequently visited him at the Vatican, and who had come to speak with him that night during supper. He turned back to the Piazza Judea, and there ordered his one attendant to wait for him. If he did not soon return, he was to make his way back to the Vatican. Then he took the masked figure on his mule and rode away. The servant, as he waited for his master, was attacked by armed men, from whom he with difficulty escaped with his life, and was left speechless. In the morning the Pope was uneasy at his son's absence, but supposed that he had gone on some amorous intrigue, and did not wish to leave the lady's house in daylight. But when the night did not bring him back, Alexander grew seriously alarmed, and sent the police to make inquiries. They found a Slavonian woodseller, who gave them some information. He plied his trade on the Ripetta near the Ospedale degli Schiavoni. He had unladen his cargo, and to protect his wares from theft was sleeping in the boat, which was moored by the bank. He saw two men about 1 o'clock in the morning peer cautiously from the street on the left of the Ospedale. When they saw no one, they returned, and were followed by two others, who used equal caution. Seeing no one, they made a sign. A horseman then came forward, riding on a white horse. Behind him was a corpse with the head hanging down on one side and the legs on the other. It was held in place by the two men who had first appeared. They went to a spot where rubbish was shot into the Tiber, and there the horse was backed towards the river. The two men on foot seized the corpse and flung it into the water. The horseman asked if it had sunk, and was answered, "Yes, sir." He looked round and saw the mantle floating on the surface, and one of the men pelted it with stones till it sank. Then they all went away. When this story was told to the Pope, he asked why the wood seller had not informed the police. The answer was that he had seen in his days 100 corpses thrown into the Tiber in that spot, and no questions had been asked about them. It was a terrible testimony to the condition of Rome under the papal government. The fishermen and sailors of the Tiber were set to work to search the river. They discovered the body of the Duke of Gandia with the throat cut and 8 wounds upon the head, legs, and body. He was fully dressed, and in his pocket was his purse containing 30 ducats. The corpse was placed on a barge and was conveyed to the castle of St. Angelo, and thence was carried to the church of Santa Maria del Popolo, where it lay in state. When Alexander heard that his son was dead and thrown like dirt into the river, he gave way to passionate grief. He shut himself up in his chamber and would admit no one. His terrified attendants stood by the door and listened to his sobs. For 3 days he refused all food. Inquiries were made throughout Rome, but nothing was discovered which could throw any light upon the murderers. Rumours were rife, and many were suspected. Some accused the Orsini, especially Bartolomeo di Alviano. Others, Giovanni Sforza of Pesaro, whose flight from Rome was explained on the most abominable grounds. Others again considered that Cardinal Ascanio Sforza was the author of this act of vengeance, being irritated against the Duke of Gandia for having caused the assassination of his chamberlain, whose free speaking had given offence. Ascanio was so much alarmed at the rumour about himself that he did not venture into the Pope's presence. On June 19, 1497, the Pope appeared in a consistory and received the condolences of all the cardinals except Ascanio Sforza. The Pope spoke with difficulty. "The Duke of Gandia is dead. Our grief is inexpressible, because we loved him dearly. We no longer value the papacy or anything else. If we had 7 papacies, we would give them all to restore him to life. Perhaps God has punished us for some sin. It is not because he deserved so cruel a death. It is said that the Lord of Pesaro has killed him. We are sure that is not so. Of the Prince of Squillace it is incredible. We are sure also of the Duke of Urbino. God pardon whoever it be. For ourselves we can attend to nothing, neither the papacy nor our life. We think only of the Church and its government. For this purpose we institute a commission of 6 cardinals, with 2 auditors of the Rota, to set to work for its reformation, to see that benefices are given solely by merit, and that you cardinals have your share in the councils of the Church." Then the Spanish ambassador rose and explained the absence of Cardinal Ascanio. He was afraid of the rumours that he, as the head of the Orsini faction, had planned the Duke of Gandia's murder. "God forbid," said the Pope, "that I should suspect him, for I hold him as a brother." Then the envoys in turn presented their condolences to the Pope, and all went away amazed at his good intentions. End of section 29. Section 30 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 9, Alexander VI and the Papal States, 1495 to 1499, Part 2. Alexander wrote letters to all the princes of Europe, telling them of his loss and of his sorrow. He received letters of condolence from all sides, even from Savonarola and Cardinal Rovere, who expressed their sorrow and counselled Christian resignation to the Pope. For a time Alexander was sincere in his desire to act more worthily of his office. Men heard with astonishment of the proposals which the 6 commissioners for reform put forward. The sale of benefices was prohibited. They were to be conferred on worthy persons. The revenues of a cardinal were not to exceed 6,000 florins, nor his household to contain more than 80 persons. No cardinal was to hold more than 1 bishopric. Offenders against this rule were at once to choose which they would resign. Pluralities were similarly forbidden to the inferior clergy. It was even proposed that the decrees of the Council of Constance should be made binding. There was also a noticeable provision that the Pope should maintain 500 foot and 3,000 horse to chastise the subjects of the Church. These were admirable proposals, and would have been welcomed by Christendom with delight. But Alexander's interest in ecclesiastical matters diminished with his sorrow. He was a man of quick and strong feelings. The blow at first crushed him, and he turned in his remorse to bethink himself of forgotten duties. But his natural disposition soon reasserted itself. He regained his self-control and returned to his original plans. Reform of the Church meant loss of money, and money was above all things necessary for his political projects. The report of the Reform Commission was no sooner ready than it was set aside as derogatory to the privileges of the Papacy. Every effort was made to discover the murderer of the Duke of Gandia, but without avail. The suspicions of the police were especially directed against Count Antonio della Mirandola, whose house was not far distant from the place where the body was found. He had a daughter who was famous for her beauty, and it was conjectured that she was the bait by which the mysterious visitor allured the Duke to put himself unattended in his hands. But nothing definite was discovered, and it was agreed that the assassination was a masterpiece in its way. In the absence of any certainty, everyone was at liberty to form his own opinion about the murderer. Probably the most natural conjecture is the truest, that the Duke of Gandia fell a victim to the jealousy of some lover or husband whose honour he had attacked. The rumours current in Rome mentioned everyone who might possibly have an interest in the Duke of Gandia's death. Amongst these, his brother Geoffrey, Prince of Squillace, because he would presumably be his heir. When it appeared that Cardinal Cesare was to succeed to his place in the Pope's affections, rumour transferred the guilt to him. As Cesare became an object of dread in Italy, men repeated this charge more constantly, and Guicciardini and Machiavelli have raised it to the dignity of an historical fact. But it was not preferred against Cesare till nearly 9 months after the event, and it rests upon no better foundation than do the suspicions against the Orsini, Ascanio Sforza, Giovanni Sforza, Antonio della Mirandola, or Geoffrey Borgia. When so many rumours were afloat, it is clear that they all rested on mere conjecture, and that it is impossible to pronounce any certain opinion. In spite of the Pope's assurance that he entirely acquitted Ascanio Sforza of any share in the murder, Ascanio judged it prudent to retire from Rome to Grottaferrata, and when on July 22nd, 1497, Cardinal Cesare Borgia set out for Naples to crown Federigo, all Rome was convinced of Ascanio's guilt. Cesare performed with splendour his duties of legate, and crowned the last Aragonese king of Naples at Capua on August 10th. His stay in the kingdom was a source of expense to the impoverished treasury, and Federigo was glad to see his costly guest depart. On September 6th, Cesare was received by all the cardinals and escorted to the Vatican. Alexander was still so little master of himself that he could not trust himself to speak to his son, but greeted him in silence. Perhaps it was due to Cesare's influence that Alexander rapidly recovered his spirits and returned to his old plans, foremost amongst them the overthrow of the Orsini. He gathered troops, allied himself with the Colonna, and assumed such a threatening attitude that the Orsini sought the good offices of Venice. Venice warned the Pope that it took the Orsini under its protection, and Alexander sullenly gave way to its remonstrances. The Romans changed their opinion about the murderer of the Duke of Gandia, and now were sure that his death was the work of the Orsini. Alexander at the same time steadily pursued his family policy. He enriched Cardinal Cesare with the benefices of cardinals who died, while he matured a plan for releasing him from ecclesiastical obligations and opening to him the career which the Duke of Gandia's death had left vacant. Similarly, he prosecuted the divorce of Lucrezia from Giovanni of Pesaro, which had been referred to a commission presided over by 2 cardinals. The alleged cause was Giovanni Sforza's impotence. Giovanni protested against it with all his might, as besides the ridicule which it threw upon him, it involved the restoration of Lucrezia's dowry of 31,000 ducats. He went to Milan and implored Ludovico il Moro to use his influence to prevent it. But Ludovico and his brother Ascanio had no wish to quarrel with the Pope. They rather urged Giovanni to give way and resign himself to what was inevitable. He was at last driven to sign a paper in which he owned that Lucrezia was still a virgin. But he revenged himself for his discomfiture by imputing to Alexander the most abominable motives for his conduct. The divorce was in itself a sufficiently scandalous proceeding, and everything concerning it was rapidly spread throughout Italy. Men made merry over the matter after the manner of the time. Alexander's family affairs had already become a subject of considerable amusement to the wits of the day. A refined, scurrilous, and profligate society could not have had a subject for conversation which suited them better. The accusations of Giovanni Sforza had an immediate success. They passed from mouth to mouth and lost nothing in the telling. Alexander was neither liked nor respected, but he was dreaded. He was exactly the man against whom scandalous stories were the only weapon available for his victims. From this time forward, stories of incest and unnatural crime were rife about the Pope and his family. Alexander had done enough to make anything seem credible about him. He had outraged public opinion in every way, and the tongue of slander took its revenge. The death of the Duke of Gandia, the divorce of Lucrezia, the proposed dispensation of Cesare from the cardinalate, all these following one another in a few months, filled men with bewilderment and made them ready to catch at any explanation, however monstrous it might be. In September, these rumors had reached Rome and set men's tongues wagging freely. We may agree with the sagacious judgment of the Venetian envoy in Rome. Whatever may be the truth, one thing is certain: this Pope behaves in an outrageous and intolerable way. It is bad enough that Alexander gave a colourable pretext to such slanders. The slanders themselves rest on no evidence that justifies an impartial mind in believing them. The corruption of the papal court was notorious and was deplored on all sides. Not only Savonarola, but a churchman like Petrus Delphinus, general of the order of the Camaldolensians, longed for reform and hailed Alexander's temporary repentance with joyful expectancy. On every side were murmurs. Charles of France expressed his regret that he had not used his opportunity and summoned a council. The Spanish princes sent envoys to remonstrate with the Pope on his disorderly life. The disorganization of the Curia was shown by the sudden arrest on September 14th of the Pope's secretary, Bartolomeo Florido, Archbishop of Cosenza, on the charge of forging papal briefs. He had trafficked in dispensations and exemptions, and was said to have issued as many as 3,000 briefs on his own authority. One of them was issued in favour of a nun of the royal race of Portugal, and allowed her to leave the convent and marry a natural son of the late king. This act of audacity seems to have led to detection of the fraud, and Florido was induced to confess his crimes. He was degraded from his ecclesiastical offices, and was condemned to perpetual imprisonment in a subterranean dungeon in the castle of Sant'Angelo, where he was fed on bread and water, was supplied with oil for a lamp, and was allowed to have his breviary and a Bible. He died after a few months' confinement. Another mysterious death in Alexander's household again set men's tongues wagging. On February 14th, 1498, the Pope's favourite chamberlain, Piero Caldas, known as Perotto, was found drowned in the Tiber. Together with him, it was said, was the corpse of a maid in the service of Lucrezia. Again, men darkly hinted that the drowned girl was a mistress of the Pope. In later times, the death of Perotto was put down to Cesare Borgia, who is said to have killed with his own hand the wretched man who clung to the Pope's mantle while his blood spurted into the Pope's face. Again, we can trace the growth of an incredible story. These frequent murders and the insecurity of life in Rome to some degree justifies Alexander's desire for a strong position, where he might put down disorder and feel secure. Rome was in utter anarchy, and the Pope was helpless in his own city. The feud between the Orsini and the Colonna raged violently, and the Pope was powerless to keep the peace. Federigo of Naples had confiscated the Orsini fiefs in his kingdom and conferred them on the Colonna. The Orsini could not brook to see their rivals increase in power. Both sides gathered armed men, and the Pope was driven at times to take refuge before their tumults in the castle of Sant'Angelo. A desultory warfare was carried on in the Campagna till on April 12th, 1498, the Orsini met with a crushing defeat at Palambara. Both parties saw that a continuance of the struggle would only weaken themselves and benefit the Pope. They refused his offers of mediation and made peace in July, on the understanding that they would both unite against the Pope, would ally with the King of Naples, and submit their disputes to his decision. The union of these rival houses was felt to be a severe blow against Alexander. Mocking verses were found attached to a column of the Vatican, bidding the Pope prepare to find another victim offered to the Tiber, as the rest of the Borgia family were to share the fate of the Duke of Gandia. The wits of Rome were certainly cruel. Alexander frankly accepted the situation and resolutely set himself to meet his enemies with their own weapons. In the precarious condition of Italian politics, allies were not to be trusted unless their fidelity was secured by interested motives. So Alexander used the marriage connections of his family as a means to secure for himself a strong political party. He had no one whom he could trust save his own children, whom he regarded as instruments for his own plans. If Italian politics changed rapidly, he was ready to change as rapidly as they. The spiritual office of the papacy afforded him a safe mooring. He could use every opportunity that offered for increasing its temporal power. He was the first pope who deliberately and consciously recognized the advantages to be reaped in politics from the papal office, and set himself to make the most of them. For this reason, he inspired dread in the minds of Italian statesmen like Machiavelli. He was an incalculable force in politics. He was engaged in the same game as the rest of the players, but none of them knew the exact nature of his resources. The nepotism of Alexander was not merely a passionate and unreasoning desire for the advancement of his family, but was founded on calculation and pursued with resoluteness. Marriage projects for Lucrezia were eagerly sought, and there were many rumors about their progress. The death of the Duke of Gandia made the Pope anxious to have another general whom he could trust, but Cesare's resignation of the cardinalate involved a considerable sacrifice. His ecclesiastical revenues amounted to 35,000 ducats yearly, and it was not easy to find an equally valuable position for a layman. Alexander's first thoughts turned to Naples. A firm alliance with Federigo would make him secure in Rome, and would enable him to deal with the overweening power of the Roman barons. He proposed Neapolitan marriages both for Lucrezia and Cesare, but Federigo had no love for the Pope and dreaded his interference in the affairs of his kingdom. However, after much pressure from the Duke of Milan, he consented to the marriage of Lucrezia with Don Alfonso, Duke of Bisceglie, a natural son of Alfonso II, and the marriage was quietly celebrated in the Vatican in August 1498. But he steadfastly resisted the further proposal of the Pope that he should give his daughter Carlotta to Cesare Borgia. He said at last, "It does not seem to me that a Pope's son, who is a cardinal, is in a position to marry my daughter, though he is the son of a Pope. Let him marry as a cardinal and keep his hat. Then I will give him my daughter." End of section 30. Section 31 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 9, Alexander VI and the Papal States, 1495 to 1499, Part 3. While these negotiations were pending, a change came over European politics owing to the death of Charles VIII of France. He died suddenly in April 1498 from striking his head against a low doorway in his new castle of Amboise, which he was erecting as a reminiscence of the splendour he had seen in Italy. He was succeeded by his distant cousin, Louis, Duke of Orleans, who had so persistently urged his own claims to the Duchy of Milan as representing the old Visconti house. Louis XII was of mature years, and was likely to act more energetically than the feeble Charles. He showed a pacific temper in France, and said the king does not remember the wrongs done to the duke. He was careful and thrifty, and showed from the beginning a resoluteness to assert his rights which filled Ludovico Sforza with alarm. The downfall of Savonarola seemed to have secured the success of the Italian League against France. But the League held loosely together, and it needed very little to dissolve it. The Venetians and Ludovico il Moro were mutually jealous, and each suspected the other of designs on Pisa. The Pope had little confidence in his Italian allies. Federigo of Naples was helpless. Maximilian had his grievances, both against Milan and Venice. It was a question which of the allies should be first to use a new combination for his advantage. Fortune favoured Alexander. Louis XII had been married to Jeanne, youngest daughter of Louis XI, when she was a child of 9 years old. She bore her husband no children, and there was nothing in common between them. On the other hand, Charles left a young widow of 21, Anne of Brittany, whose hand carried with it the last great fief which was not yet consolidated with the French crown. Louis XII wished to put away his wife and marry Anne in her stead, and if ever the dissolution of a marriage could be justified on grounds of political expediency, the justification might be urged in this case. Alexander used the opportunity offered by the application for a divorce. He proposed a close alliance with France, and offered to send his son Cesare to negotiate further. He left Cesare's marriage projects in the hands of Louis XII, and employed Cardinal Rovere, who was at Avignon, to prepare the way for his proposals. It is a sign of the astuteness of Alexander's policy that his determined enemy, found it useless any longer to oppose him. Cardinal Rovere had urged Charles VIII to invade Italy, to summon a council and depose the Pope. He had garrisoned Ostia to be a thorn in Alexander's side, and had retired haughtily to France. Alexander had escaped all Cardinal Rovere's designs against him. He had taken Ostia, and thereby diminished the cardinal's income, though he made some restitution, and offered to restore Ostia if the cardinal would return to Rome. Rovere found himself neglected in France. He was weary of his hopeless isolation, and judged it well to seek reconciliation with the Pope while he might still have something to offer. Alexander was not vindictive. He agreed to restore Ostia and receive the cardinal into his favour, provided that he acted as his agent at the French court. The Pope entertained great hopes of the fruits of a French alliance, and gathered money to equip Cesare in splendour for his embassy. When he showed some care for ecclesiastical discipline, men said that he was moved by a desire to extort money from the culprits. The Marani who were expelled from Spain flocked to Rome, and spread their heresies even in the papal court. In April 1498, the aged bishop of Calagora, steward of the Pope's household, was accused of heresy and was committed to prison. The charge against him was that he had relapsed into Judaism and denied the Christian revelation. In July, 300 Marani did public penance. Men laughed in Rome and said that all this was done to provide for Cesare's outfit. At last Cesare's preparations were made. In a secret consistory on August 17th, he rose and said that from his earliest years he had been inclined to secular pursuits. At the Pope's earnest wish, he had become a churchman and received deacon's orders, and had been laden with benefices. As he still found that the bent of his mind was secular, he besought the Pope to dispense him from his ecclesiastical obligations, and asked the cardinals to agree to his request. They readily consented to leave the matter in the Pope's hands. The dispensation followed in due form, and Alexander declared that he granted it for the salvation of Cesare's soul. It might be retorted that he should have considered that object before raising him to a position for which he was unfitted. On October 1st, Cesare, magnificent in cloth of gold, set out from Rome on his journey to France. He took with him 200,000 ducats in money and in splendid attire. Cesare's progress was marked with royal state. On December 18th, 1498, he entered Chinon, where was the French king, with grandeur which long lived in the memory of the French. His robe was stiff with jewels. His steed's trappings were of finely wrought gold. Louis XII laughed at this vainglory and foolish boasting, and turned at once to business. The Pope's commissioners granted a dispensation from his marriage with Jeanne of France, and Cesare Borgia brought with him a cardinal's hat for the king's favourite, George of Amboise, Archbishop of Rouen, who received it on December 21st from the hands of Cardinal Rovere as the Pope's legate. Cesare had already received from the French king part of the reward of the Pope's compliance with his wishes. He had been invested with the counties of Valentinois and Diois, to which the Papacy had a long-standing claim on the ground of their bequest to the Church by the last Dauphin. There remained, however, the question of Cesare's marriage. He was still anxious to have for his wife Carlotta, daughter of Federigo of Naples, that thereby he might have a claim upon the Neapolitan throne. Federigo had refused, but Carlotta, who was the daughter of a French princess, was in France, and Cesare hoped to win her through the influence of the French king. Carlotta, however, remained firm in her refusal, sorely to the dismay of the Pope, who complained to Cardinal Rovere that he was made a laughing-stock by this failure of his plans. In his disappointment, he threatened to abandon the French alliance and join with Milan, Naples, and Spain. To pacify him, Louis offered Cesare a further choice of 2 French princesses, nieces of his own, the daughter of the Count of Foix or the sister of the King of Navarre. Cesare chose the beautiful Charlotte d'Albret, a girl of 16 years. It was some time before the preliminaries of the marriage could be arranged, and Cesare had to undertake that a cardinal's hat should be bestowed on Aymon d'Albret, Charlotte's brother. At last, on May 22nd, 1499, Alexander announced to the cardinals that the marriage had been celebrated, and Rome blazed with bonfires at the news, to the great scandal, said Burchard, of the Church and the Apostolic Seat. The good understanding between Alexander and France was viewed with alarm by other powers, and led to remonstrance with the Pope. Ascanio Sforza saw his brother menaced in Milan, and feared for his own influence in Rome. Alexander never discouraged plain speaking, and was ready to answer with equal plainness. In the consistory in December 1498, Ascanio told the Pope that his French alliance would be the ruin of Italy. Alexander answered, "It was your brother who first summoned the French." Warm words passed between them, and Ascanio went away, threatening to call on Maximilian and Spain to join in convoking a general council. The threat of a council was now a common device in Italian politics, and Alexander knew its futility. His ecclesiastical position was entirely secondary to his political importance, and so long as he had a place in the combinations of Italian affairs, he was safe enough. He did not even show any resentment against Ascanio. He was not the man to strike one whose doom was being prepared by others. The remonstrances of Spain were more serious than those of Cardinal Ascanio. The Spanish sovereigns were not strong enough to oppose the schemes of Louis XII in Italy, and judged it prudent to make a treaty of neutrality with France. But they hoped that the Italian powers would unite in resisting him, and were alarmed at his alliance with the Pope. The Spanish envoy, Garcilaso de la Vega, presented a letter from his sovereigns on December 18th, in which they complained of the corruption of the papal court, and hinted at the summons of a council. The Pope angrily answered that they were misled by false information sent by their ambassador from Rome. Garcilaso went on to refer to the promises held out by the Pope after the death of the Duke of Gandia, and their failure before his scheme of promoting Cesare. Alexander, with increasing bitterness, said, "Your royal house has been afflicted by God, who has deprived it of posterity. This is because they have laid impious hands on the possessions of the Church." In January 1499, there was a still more stormy scene. Alexander tried to tear the paper from Garcilaso's hands, and threatened to have him thrown into the Tiber. He accused Queen Isabella of unchastity. The envoys wished to make a formal protest in the Pope's presence, but were not allowed. Alexander knew himself to be strong enough to defy remonstrances. His league with France was joined by Venice, which wished to have a share of the dominions of Milan, and to rid itself of a troublesome neighbour. Their alliance with France was secretly sworn on February 9th, 1499, and was published on April 15th. Cesare Borgia was present at the ceremony, and Cardinal Rovere held the missal on which the oath was taken. It was an eventful moment for Italy. The gates were opened by her own hand for foreign intervention, and the knell of Italian independence was sounded. The self-seeking of Venice and the desire of the Pope for a strong ally overpowered all larger considerations. There was no national feeling, no sense of patriotism or of consistency. Savonarola had been sacrificed that the French might be shut out of Italy. Now the very men who worked for his overthrow adopted his politics which they had condemned. The Italian League had faded away. Old foes were reconciled by new motives of self-interest. Cardinal Rovere had sought French help to drive Alexander from his seat. When that failed, he aided Alexander to seek the help of France to establish himself more securely. Alexander, however, did not openly declare his alliance with France, but watched the progress of Cesare's marriage projects with uneasiness. Even after he was satisfied on that score, his attitude was so ambiguous that it was not until July 14th that Ascanio Sforza became certain of his hostility. He fled from Rome in the early morning, pretending to be going out hunting, and made his way to Milan, where his brother Ludovico was making preparations to resist his foes. Ludovico was cunning and vainglorious, but he mistook craft and self-assertion for statesmanship. After the retreat of Charles VIII, he had exulted in the success of his schemes. He boasted that he had the Pope for his chaplain, the Venetians for his treasurers, Maximilian for his condottiere general, and the King of France for his messenger to come and go at his pleasure. Now, in the hour of his peril, Ludovico found himself without allies. Federigo of Naples was trembling for himself. Maximilian was engaged in war against the Swiss. Florence was still busied with Pisa. The only device that Ludovico could find was the dastardly plan of instigating the Turks to make a diversion in his favour. This helped him little. When the French troops advanced on the west and the Venetians on the east, Ludovico could offer no resistance. The cities in his territory opened their gates to the invaders. Only the citadel of Milan professed to hold out, and that was betrayed by its commander. Ludovico fled into the Tyrol, and on October 6, 1499, Louis XII entered Milan amidst the joyous shouts of the crowd. With him rode the Duke of Valentinois and Cardinal Rovere, both prepared to reap what advantage they could from the success of France. Alexander VI, meanwhile, was engaged in adjusting his plans to match the change of his political attitude. The Neapolitan marriage of Lucrezia was now of no use to him, and his son-in-law, the Prince of Bisceglie, felt himself out of place in the Vatican. Early in August he secretly left Rome and went to Naples, whence he sent word to the Pope that he could not stay in the Vatican, which was filled with partisans of France, who spoke ill of the Neapolitans. Federigo summoned also the Prince of Squillace and his Neapolitan wife to return to their possessions. The Pope sent away Donna Sancha and refused to give her any money for the journey. The Prince of Squillace stayed at Rome. The Neapolitan marriages were now a trouble to the Pope. Lucrezia needed her husband's care and wept over his absence. To distract her mind and make Alfonso's return more easy, Alexander, on August 8th, appointed his daughter regent of Spoleto. Spoleto was one of the few cities in the Papal States which had not fallen under a tyranny, but was governed by a papal legate, generally a cardinal. Alexander was so heedless of precedent or decorum that he did not scruple to send as its governor a girl of 19, his own daughter. He was absolutely unfettered by the traditions of his office, and others did not feel bound to be more careful of his reputation than he was himself. Soon the Pope gave another sign of his affection for his daughter. Ascanio Sforza was driven to resign his office as regent of Nepi, and Nepi also was conferred on Lucrezia. Her husband rejoined her at Spoleto, and on September 25th, Alexander left Rome to meet Alfonso and Lucrezia at Nepi, whither she went to take possession. In the middle of October, Lucrezia returned to Rome, where she gave birth to a son on November 1st. This event seems to have reconciled the Pope and his son-in-law, and the brilliant life of the papal household was happily resumed. End of section 31. Read by Pamela Nagami, M.D., in Encino, California, April 2025. End of a History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 4, by Mandell, Creighton.